Hi, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Neftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Neftron. Neftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
Hi, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Neftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Niftron. Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
Hi, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Niftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Niftron. Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X Technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
Hi, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Niftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Niftron. Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X Technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
With applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made applications, products. Niftron is a blockchain as a service and just a matter of seconds allow businesses, organizations, and startups building an instant integrated blockchain with their products, applications, projects, products, or individuals effectively will create the trust business by providing transparency, as well as allow people to
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever blockchain event in Sri Lanka, the Colombo Blockchain Summit 2020. I'm Divyan Karuneswaran.
And I'm Sarah Houseotter, and we are your hosts for today. First of all, we would like to thank all of the speakers joining us from 10 different countries and dedicating their valuable time to impart their wisdom. We really do have an amazing lineup. But before moving on to the agenda, let's talk a bit about the Colombo blockchain community, who are the organizers of this summit.
Definitely. Without them, it would not be possible to arrange an event at this scale, connecting different people from different parts of the world.
The Colombo blockchain community was formed in the latter part of 2017 and got supported by companies and tech evangelists. The community then started to organize monthly meetups, which are happening to this day with over 500 active members. And the Colombo Blockchain Summit 2020 is one of the key milestones of this community.
One other initiative is dapps.lk, a web platform built by the community for the community, which is used to showcase Sri Lankan blockchain projects and researchers all in one place. Our sponsors for this event are
Organizer and platinum sponsor Niftron,
gold sponsor 99X,
bronze sponsor Tracified,
certificate partner Verify,
digital swags partner Stampede,
online education partner Blue Chip Training.
Hi, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Niftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Niftron. Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X Technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
Now, to kick things off, I would like to invite Mr. Sharmilan Somasundaram to deliver the welcome speech.
Hi everyone. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us for a long time now, as well as those who are new to the Colombo blockchain community. Today, we are proud to host the Colombo Blockchain Summit 2020, the very first edition. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously help us to make this event come together to become a successful. Especially the partners, sponsors, speakers, and of course, all of the audience who are viewing this from their homes. And I would like to thank all the community members who worked behind the scenes for the last month or so to make CBS 2020 a remarkable event. Well, I don't want to take too much time. Enjoy your CBS 2020 and share your thoughts and views through the YouTube chat. I hope today will be fun and full of learning for you as well as us. So a very warm welcome to each and every one of you.
Next up is the keynote speech by our keynote speaker, Mr. Nick Spanos. Mr. Spanos is the founder of Bitcoin Center in 2013, prominently displayed on the Netflix movie Banking on Bitcoin. Mr. Nick Spanos is the inventor of multi-branched blockchain and blockchain paper ballot voting. Mr. Nick Spanos is the founder of the Blockchain Technologies Corporation and has been the Chief Executive Officer since 2014. Mr. Nick Spanos founded the Bitcoin Center in New York City, 100 feet from the New York Stock Exchange. He has over 30 years of experience in technology and politics. He is a pioneer and a thought leader in the blockchain paradigm. He was also the founder of GetAroom.com in 1997, and also in 1983, he attended the New York Institute of Technology, where he studied computer science and aerospace engineering.
Hello. Yes, hi. We had some technical difficulties there, but we're okay now. Thank you very much. We just connected another computer, as a matter of fact, and it's a little, it was a little stressful, but we're okay now. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank Sean Milan, Sham, for putting this together, and everyone with the Colombo Blockchain Summit. And I'm very honored to be speaking at this event. I've been to Sri Lanka before, to Colombo a few years ago, and I really fell in love with your country. I think there's so much that your country has to offer. I know we've gone through some very tough times, and I believe that blockchain is gonna help us move forward in in the certain situations and the environment that we have today. If you'd like, we could put my presentation on, please. How do we do that here? Share screen. Whoa. One moment. Well, yeah, we have a little technical difficulty here. I'm very sorry. But everything's coming in okay, correct? I mean, you can hear me? Okay. So I'm going to continue without the slides. Well, I've had many experiences with Sri Lanka. Back in 2005, in January, I remember, well, in December, there was the tsunami, and I remember watching on the television set that the tsunami had struck, and it was incredible damages and loss of life. And I thought I had to do something, so I built the only tsunami relief center in the Manhattan, where I collected materials. There's some newspaper articles over there in the Villager and stuff like that. And we sent it over to Sri Lanka, and and we routed other relief through agencies that already existed. And we had a big warehouse in downtown Manhattan. And there's a great picture on my slides, but the slideshow's not showing up. Also, I remember at the World Government Summit a few years ago in Dubai, I declared that Bitcoin was the People's Declaration of Independence, and hopefully people did see the Bitcoin the presentation and actually bought some maybe. Now that it's $23,000 each, which is pretty incredible. There's a movie they made on us. I mean, one of my claim to fame in the Bitcoin ecosystem is that in 2013, I built a Bitcoin center 100 feet from the New York Stock Exchange. So next to the New York Stock Exchange on the ground floor, I rented 6,000 square feet and opened up the first live cryptocurrency exchange 100 feet from the New York Stock Exchange, where people met and they traded with each other. There's a movie about it, Netflix movie. I think it's on Amazon now, and it's also on YouTube. It's called Banking on Bitcoin. And I think people should watch that movie because it has all different aspects of the cryptocurrency business there, and how regulation affected the ecosystem in New York. The movie again is called Banking on Bitcoin. Well, what do you guys know about the blockchain so far? I want to express, the significance of this important technological innovation. It might be one of the most important. Bitcoin and blockchain might be one of the most important technological developments of this few hundred years at least, maybe even the last millennia. I mean, I still think that we're in very early, well, is my presentation showing now? Oh, you're sharing it. Very good. All right, so there's the newspaper article. Go to the next slide. There's the newspaper article where we put together the Tsunami Relief Center, and put the timer. And it just so happens, I mean, so the world's a funny place. Next slide, please. Hold on. Voila. All right, put it. Let's go through the slides. All right, keep going. Well, this was a Heathkit H8, which you know, if you bought it, you got it in a bunch of parts: the transistors, the resistors, integrated circuitry, the chip, everything came loose, and you had to solder all together. You couldn't really buy a computer, so this had to happen for me to have a computer. This was back in 1978. It's much easier now. Keep going. Next slide. This is not my modem, but my modem looked something like that, modulator, demodulator. Next slide. Yeah, one of the first things I did was sell political data. I sold the labels because nobody had a computer, so I would cull through the data and sell the labels to politicians with different demographics, different interests of people if we picked them out, and then people would send their mailings out. Next slide, please. And I'm telling you all this stuff so you know where I came from, so you can listen to me now. So domain names were the first, I think, the first digital scarcity that existed. So we're going to get into that, but digital scarcity means usually if you're on the internet or you're on your phone or something, you're going to take a picture and send it to someone or send it to 10 people. All of a sudden there's 10 pictures out there. You can send 100 pictures, there'll be 100 pictures out there, but you can't really do that with domain names. And you can't do that with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Next slide, please. Yeah, we're always early. Built No More Hotels, Get a Room, Tiempos Cortos, different iterations of Airbnb, you know, it was early precursor to Airbnb. We also built a livery cab, which was Uber using SMS. And, you know, we're always so early that sometimes we don't, we get there so early that we run out of money before the world is ready to adopt. So I just threw that in there. Keep going. Next slide. Hello? Uh-oh. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah, that's, I tell people, I tell people that when the train was first invented, a lot of people still stayed on the donkey. I mean, the train has been invented now. I mean, the Industrial Revolution was one of the revolutions that happened. And a lot of people stayed on the donkey. A lot of people stayed blacksmiths. I believe that everyone should adopt and adopt fast. The people who did adopt fast, you know, you had the Carnegies and many others who profited and helped their country innovate and expand and become financial giants, taking advantage of the Industrial Revolution. Right now we have, go to the next slide. And right now we have, this is the train. A lot of people didn't want to get on that infernal machine. Maybe a lot of people don't want to get on blockchain or Bitcoin, but right now it looks like a lot of people are actually getting on there. There's going to be a few left over. I don't want any of you people, any of you guys to be any of those. I want you to adopt quickly. Next, because right now there's an information, it's another revolution. You know, you had the Industrial Revolution, then you had you had the Industrial Revolution, which augmented a man's strength, and now you have the information calculation, computation, crypto economic revolution, which is going to augment your mind, your ability to communicate, and your ability to trade and transact. I have the Wright brothers they built bicycles, and if they asked for a permit, who knows if they'd ever would have invented the airplane. So innovation doesn't happen through regulation. Innovation happens through innovators. Next slide, please. Oh, here we go. Innovation asking for permission. The legacy financial system has the square wheels, and blockchain, cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, the wheels are much better, but they know what they're doing. So in the beginning, they did not adopt early. They did not adopt quickly. Academia was not where Bitcoin or cryptocurrency came from. It came from innovators such as a bunch of my friends. Next slide, please. Innovation without permission. Permissionless innovation is where most technology has come from and is going to come from. And I think the people of Sri Lanka have to understand that because of the legacy financial system around the world, they really have nothing to lose, except if they stifle innovation. You guys have incredible minds over there. We have people who work for us that are in Colombo, and they're very brilliant young lads, and you should never stifle their ability to innovate because you have nothing to lose. Wall Street and New York State, they made special laws and rules inhibiting using cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, and they've inhibited it to a place where to a moment in time, at a moment in time when it was flourishing in New York, and then it went overseas, and outside of New York. So I wouldn't want that to happen because New York has the legacy financial system. They don't need, or they believed that they didn't need Bitcoin and blockchain, and now they believe that they need it. So I think any country that doesn't have a very powerful, incredible legacy financial system, and even if it does, should adopt quickly. Next slide, please. Okay, so so currency has a long history. In the past, before the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 in the United States here, currency was backed by, $1 was an ounce of silver, and the $20 was an ounce of gold, and it was redeemable. And there were all types of currencies, even banks. Even department stores had their own currencies. And what happened was the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, December 23rd, 1913, when most of the people were not in Congress, they passed this law to be able to create money that wasn't 100% backed by gold or silver, and it's been downhill ever since. Next slide, please. Uh-oh, hello? Yep, next slide, please. Well, we saw this inflation happen in Zimbabwe, where you got this $100 trillion note. It was worth about 70 US cents, which is 70/100ths of a dollar, or 7/10 of a dollar. And people are getting paid 3 times a day, and because they passed the money to their wives, and they'd go shopping, because if they bought things at the end of the day, it had less buying power. So they got paid sometimes 3 times a day. Next. This is the Bolivar, I think, the Venezuelan Bolivar. They had extreme hyperinflation, and same story there. And now they've adopted cryptocurrency. And yeah, next. Next. I don't need the slide. Oh, next. I was in politics, and that was one of our mentors who believed in competing currencies. And many of us who worked for Ron Paul ended up in the cryptocurrency business and founded very big things in the cryptocurrency business because we were ready when the white paper, uh, the Bitcoin white paper came out, or and the early uh, visibility of Bitcoin, we're ready to adopt. So over time, we helped, and I helped many politicians who believed in sound currency and competing currencies. And but what happened was somehow they were not really supported by the mainstream media, and we ended up losing. And a lot of time went by, and I thought that I wasted a lot of my time pushing for pushing politicians who believed in competing currencies and sound money, and we kept losing. And I thought I wasted my life. I thought, oh, I wasted my life. 20 years went by. I'm fighting the good fight, but I'm losing every time. I mean, how much? When am I gonna have a life? And then finally, I found Bitcoin. I said, wow, they're not going to be able to destroy us come election day. Bitcoin's going to survive. And the same people who said Bitcoin are the same people who talked against the politicians who pushed for sound money and competing currencies were the same people who were talking against Bitcoin. And it confused me. I said, well, there's something going on here or whatever, but it might have been the ideology and or not, or much might be another thing altogether. So we kept pushing forward, found this new tool, which is Bitcoin. I call it a weapon back then, and we moved forward. Next slide, please. Wow. So my father used to tell me when I was a kid, "Thirio den gines and thirio den tros." So I come from a Greek family, and my father had all these sayings, and he said, "Thirio den gines and thirio den tros." A beast you will never become unless you eat beasts. So, the legacy financial system is a beast. All these pressures against countries such as your own, where all of a sudden you think, oh, the economy's down, your GOP went down like 16.3, I think, percent last quarter, Sri Lanka's GOP. I think all of these things are not as they seem. I think Sri Lanka is playing in someone else's home turf, someone else's field with someone else's reporters and someone else's fans. And Sri Lanka is not in that game. It's going to be very difficult for Sri Lanka to move forward. But I also believe that if you release what's trapped in the minds of your youth and your programmers, if you allow them to run free and be able to innovate in this incredible new world of finance, Sri Lanka can become so incredible compared to other countries. They're much faster. Next slide. Whoa. I don't know who put that one in, but that was at my birthday party with my brother. That's my little brother. We were making a joke. Keep going. So there's a picture of the Bitcoin Center next to the stock exchange, and on the first floor there, we're all trading. The regulators wanted to know what we were doing, why we have an unregulated exchange. And I said, well, I don't have an unregulated exchange. What we have is a bunch of people trading with each other, and we don't take any commission or anything like that. People say, oh, you're a great businessman. I said, I'm not a businessman. I'm an activist. I'm a political activist, and I believe that people should be free and be able to set the course of their own future without other forces devaluating their stored work. So I call money stored work, stored human labor hours, and I believe that since Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin has 21 million. There's 21 million Bitcoin only. There's only going to be 21 million. There's we have a project that has 520 million Zap. And next slide. And that's it. There's not going to be any more. Yep, 100 feet from the New York Stock Exchange. Next. Next slide, please. Oh, this is the movie Banking on Bitcoin. These are ATMs, Bitcoin ATMs that we build. Next slide. Yeah, we build voting machines and voting tabulation machines, and they're all paper ballot to the blockchain. We happen to have a patent on that. I registered that many years ago because I've been, one of my jobs in politics was to be able to police and make sure that elections went honestly. I didn't work this time around on doing that particular job in politics. I helped my friend, Brock Pierce, who also ran for president as an independent, and that was getting him ready for, he only ran for a couple of months in the beginning, before the election day, because we were priming up for his next run. And next slide, please. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, that's me at the World Government Summit. Then I think that's me in Venezuela with all the reporters. That was pretty funny. And this is me next to Peter Schiff. I'm there with the bow tie, and he's a big gold guy who's been telling. I told him to buy Bitcoin when it was at, I think, $8. And he didn't buy, and he keeps saying that Bitcoin's going to crash. He's always been saying Bitcoin's going to crash in the news all the time. And believe it or not, that's me on the right in mantis form when I was younger. I don't know why that picture's in there. Next slide, please. Of an afro. Sorry. So this is an old slide, and everyone keeps saying that Bitcoin's dead. Why Bitcoin can't be a currency. That was at 23 cents, at $15. So that's the end of Bitcoin. Forbes said that. And if you look around, 3,600 pyramid scheme. JP Morgan said it's a pyramid scheme. Today, they said that they're buying like a few $100 million worth or $100 billion worth or something. So, you can't trust people, meaning their ability, their knowledge base. You got to think on your own. Many people take other words as authority. I never did. I might be pretty lucky because I didn't. Next slide. Well, a lot of people said that Bitcoin's a bubble. I said that Bitcoin's the pin that's popping the legacy financial system. It's not a bubble. The legacy financial system is a bubble because it's based on lithograms and of notables and a bunch of SQL databases. I mean, the blockchain is an incredible invention where you have so many nodes and they all verify each other, and there's work done to prove that the transactions are correct, and it's decentralized and no one has control over it, and no one can change it, and it's an incredible system. Next slide, please. Dot-com bubble did not kill the tech industry. That's for sure. Next slide. Oh, so again, I believed back then, I made this slide 4 years ago, and we started this project 4 years ago, that triggering smart contracts with real world events is going to be the next step in cryptocurrency adoption and cryptocurrency ability to move markets in the real world. And we created this project called ZAP, and what we do is we take data from the three-dimensional world, we prove the same way Bitcoin proves that its information is correct, we prove that our information is correct, we base it on a bonding curve, which if someone creates their own token, they, on our platform, they get their own decentralized exchange, they get their own algorithmic market maker, they get their own token. And I believe it's the next step. If we're going to tokenize the world, you know, you can't pay an exchange $5 million to list your token. You're going to get the snippet that we create for you, you put on your own website, and you sell your services for your token on your own website. And there's an algorithmic market maker. You're not going to have to pay a market maker to keep the distance between the bid and the ask closer, because it's done algorithmically. Next slide, please. Yeah, we have a project for oil and gas, energy ledger, sorry, energy ledger, and it's working pretty fine, and you know, it's still in the beginning stages, but it's using the tokenization to tokenize oil, Zap's ability to tokenize oil, and to utilize the automated market maker, and we'll soon see how well it becomes adopted. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we have a marketplace where when people have their data sources that they're going to tokenize, the data becomes tokens, and people can buy and sell your data or someone else's data or any type of information on the platform. And you know, if a lot of people are talking about selling their data, but not many have completed the task, nor do they have the crypto economics in place to be able to make sure that the data is okay. So our invention, you know, 4 years ago was this. It's become very popular. As a matter of fact, this our project ZAP has gone up, I think, I'm not sure, at 1.75% this year. It was the fastest mover of the year. I think it's number 5 now. And you know, I'm proud that we knew that the oracles are needed, and we knew that the bonding curve would do it. And a lot of people have copied us, are copying us, and it's fine. Next slide, please. Yeah, keep going. We know this. Oh, So that's the last. Oh, yeah, we have patents on the granted patents that I filed many years before. The slide chain, which is a multi-branch blockchain. We have voting and many others. Keep going. Next slide, please. Whoa. Yeah, there's many things that you can do with the platform. Micro peer-to-peer futures, many things. Palm oil futures, many things. Keep going. We believe that a decentralized world is an honest world, and the more we decentralize, the better for everybody. I think that, like I said before, trapped in the minds of the youth is our future, is Sri Lanka's future. I mean, Sri Lanka can become the Switzerland of South Asia. Sri Lanka can become the Switzerland of South Asia. It's up to your people and making sure that the government understands that it's needed. It's needed. This is an emergency in Sri Lanka, and a lot of people said that the banks that were bailed out in the States were too big to fail. And I believe that, Sri Lanka is too big to fail. And everyone in the audience here is too big to fail. And I want you to feel emboldened and strong and move your economy forward. Because like I said, this world has been changed. A lot of people say, oh, I'm going to get into Bitcoin so I can get a Lamborghini. And I say to them, what are you going to do with a Lamborghini if they don't let you drive? This is a call to action. The world is changing. All forces are against the individual. The individual has to stand tall and bold and be bold and kind and move forward with this incredible technology to be able to save your country, save yourselves, save your family, help your country, and move forward and be what you were born to be, born in the image, of the Creator, and live wonderfully in this paradise, and not allow financial systems that were built to hinder you, to describe you in any way and make you feel less than. You're not less than, you're more than. And Sri Lanka is too big to fail, and you guys are too big to fail. So that's my presentation. Sorry about the technical difficulties before, but I believe in Sri Lanka, and I know what wealth you have there in your youth. I have many of your youth works for me and works for us, and you guys are incredible people, and I loved when I went down there. I'm glad they rebuilt. I stayed at the Cinnamon Grand, and I'm glad it was rebuilt. But then, the pandemic hit, and we have to move forward and boldly and be able to impose our will as good people, honest people, with transparency of the blockchain to help and grow our families and our neighbors and our country. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nispanos, on behalf of Colombo blockchain community for joining this CBS event and making this as one of the successful events in this year. And thank you for your continuous support for the Sri Lankan blockchain community as well. And looking forward to meet you in person during CBS 2021. Hope we all can meet you in person. Thank you for joining with us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Panos, for those insightful words. Our audience would have loved it. Next up, we have Mr. Julian Gordon joining with us. He is an accomplished leader with in-depth business and technology knowledge, especially in blockchain, open source software, financial services, cybersecurity, and big data. He has 25 plus years of experience in companies across the Asian Pacific.
Hi. So am I online now? Whoa, there you are. Can you hear me? I assume so. All right. So today I'm going to I've got about, I think, 25 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of Hyperledger, where we are today, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about how you can get involved in Hyperledger and get involved in blockchain technologies. And first, I would like to, after Nick's presentation, and thank you, Nick, there, for particularly talking about the early work he did at Bitcoin, and great to hear what he did in terms of supporting Sri Lanka during the tsunami all those years ago. I wish I could be with you. I've been to Sri Lanka many times. I'm actually based here in Hong Kong. Actually, one of my brothers was born in Sri Lanka, so I know a lot about Sri Lanka. I love the country and the people. So I wish I could be there. And next time I hope to be standing on a stage and talking to you all in person. I don't think this actually replaces it, but doesn't fully replace. I think people, we need to meet and talk, right? So just to give you a little bit of perspective of where Hyperledger sits in the world of blockchain, which is a world of many things, right? I just take you through a little, chronology of blockchain. So blockchain really came to the fore with the genius of Satoshi, whoever she was, he was, they were, we don't know, right? And a group of other individuals who got involved in creating what was Bitcoin, which is the cryptocurrency. And they used a bunch of different technologies, a lot of it going back a long way, but it was that genius of pulling that together. And that was the genesis of blockchain. And then the underlying technology was used by others. So 2013, we had Ethereum and the genius of Vitalik. He came out with a paper in 2013, and he took that underlying technology and said, can we put some processes on top of that? Two real concepts that he was looking at. One was the world computer. So, we all have access to this one large ecosystem, and that ecosystem has ability to do transactions, to do other things through the ability to have smart contracts. And actually smart contracts ultimately are pieces of code with instructions that are predetermined, right? So that was Ethereum, which grew and grew and grew. And we're seeing now Ethereum 2 come out. There were challenges around the mining and the proof of work and the kind of electricity that I would use, et cetera, and some in terms of scalability, but the Ethereum community is working through that. And in 2015, Hyperledger came about. Hyperledger predominantly is about blockchain for business, and that was brought together by a large community of startups and large companies globally who came to the Linux Foundation and said, we want to do a blockchain project. We want to work in open source, and we want to develop this technology together. and that was the whole concept. And really, also a significant difference is the beginning. That was all permissionless blockchain, which is great for a currency, but we were going into permissioned blockchain. So, you know, there were no unknown parties. There were no, you know, it was just far easier from a deployment and a regulatory perspective for us, for people to do that. So, and many companies are working on that. So that, and there was also came out then was the Ethereum Alliance as well, which is kind of like a standards body, which is also developing standards around enterprise Ethereum as well. So it's really around enterprise technology. So what is Hyperledger? So it's open source. It is the open source blockchain project for blockchain technologies within the Linux Foundation. The Linux Foundation is a lot of our magic source. The Linux Foundation was created originally to support the community and the development of Linux, which now runs between 60 and 90%, people tell me different numbers, of the world's compute, you know, the most successful software project period. And about 5 years ago, the blockchain, Linux Foundation started taking on other projects. We have things around open source, things like Kubernetes you may have heard of, you know, in every kind of domain, particularly around the kind of plumbing, the software plumbing of the world. Linux Foundation's created many, many projects, all open source and available to everybody. There's no gotchas with the way that they develop their projects. And then it's global. So we're not specifically for one industry, we're not for one geography, we're global, and we are truly a global organization. We see developers and contributors from every corner of the planet. Next. Okay, so we've had great momentum in those years. So we're 5 years old. Actually, we were 5 years old 2 days ago. So we just had a celebration. We were, the first announcement of Hyperledger went out on the 17th of December 2015. Sorry, 17th of December 2015. And that was announced by 20 organizations, including banks like ANZ, JP Morgan, companies like Linux, companies like IBM, companies like, I think Fujitsu were in there, and then lots of startups as well, people like Digital Assets and other startups. It was a community that came together to develop a code base. And out of that, 2 code bases initially came. One was Hyperledger Fabric, which I think I'm going to talk a little bit about today, and Hyperledger Sawtooth. But since then, we're a project of projects. We have now over 16 different projects. And by the way, we're about writing code. So we don't have, that is what we're about. We don't create regulations. We don't monitor, you know, regulate others. We create the code under a strong governance process that you develop software with. And we've been incredibly successful, and that's down to the community. We also are global. We have members, which is another way of connecting with the community. We have lots of meetups and things. You know, you can go and see this on our website. We have tons of stuff, right? The thing that I would like to reiterate about Hyperledger is that we are truly, truly open source. We are never pay to play. You can participate as an individual employee, as a company that is not a member, or as a member, you can contribute and get involved in any way. And there's no gotchas, there's no kind of enterprise version. People do take our technology and then wrap it around what they're doing in terms of applications, and obviously they can then use that to make money. We are using the Apache 2 license, so anyone can take our technology. There's no gotchas there. And then in the end, how is the technology developed? Well, it's developed by a device group of technical contributors. Some of those work for companies, some of those are individuals, and we work on a duocracy. So those who get involved, when I mean docracy, do-ocracy. So those who do have, it's a meritocracy, a technical meritocracy. Those who do develop are the people who can then get involved in the development of the software. You know, I've been talking a little bit about how people, if they are a developer or even just in the community, how you can get involved. This is the greenhouse. I think I don't know the knowledge of everyone here on Hyperledger, but we developed this greenhouse. We have all these software are developed in a similar context, with the same kind of governance framework, with the same Apache license, with the same kind of overview. So basically that helps develop highly professional software. So we're all about providing professional kind of enterprise grade software for individuals, companies, and corporations to use, but that is key to what we do. And if you look at these, we have, I think Fabric is by far the most popular. That was the first one, contributed by IBM, but now contributed by hundreds and hundreds of different organizations and people. Sawtooth was second. That's been developed as another DLT, used a lot in things like supply chain, which was contributed by Intel. We have things like Aroa. I'm going to do a quick use case on Aroa. Indy is around identity. So how can you manage your own identity, and how does a DLT or a blockchain enable that? Burrow, which is an Ethereum machine, a virtual machine, which enables you to write Solidity contracts, which you can write on Fabric and Sawtooth. And then in 2019, August 2019, we had an Ethereum project. We've always worked closely with Ethereum, but this is the first time they contributed a project. So this is a project that is not just used for permissioned. It's based on the Ethereum Enterprise Ethereum standard, but it can also be used on the mainnet. So we have a whole spectrum from the most permissioned to the most permissionless. And there's the software that are used by the majority of people in the enterprise business world. And we have a bunch of libraries. I'm not going to go through those in detail today. We have a lot of tools, some very cool tools in terms of benchmarking. Avalon is all about off-chain and compute, off-chain compute, which is a very, very popular project, and many, many other things. So key is that anyone's welcome. This has been developed, and it's just growing and growing. And we have about, I think, about 20 projects in our labs. So that can be a staging post for projects to come up, or projects that never intend to come up. We have a lot of very interesting projects there, and they're all looking for people to contribute. So Hyperledger Fabric, I think, is the most popular. We see that again and again in all the signs and all the stats that we see in terms of a business blockchain. So this is just an example. Over half of Forbes Blockchain 50 is built on Hyperledger. Blockchain 50, Forbes is you know, as we all know, is a business magazine. Every year they do analysis of what they believe the top 50 companies who have a revenue over $1 billion who are using a blockchain. And this is just an example from people like China Construction Bank to Ant Financial, a lot in China, Daimler using a supply chain. We have people like Cargill using it for their food supply chain. Walmart, you know, a great example. I'm going to share a little bit in a second on that. Santander, Tencent, Honeywell, you know, lots and lots and lots and lots of development. And, you know, globally, we have many, many companies using our technology today, and they're all in production. China Construction Bank, for instance, has done $50 billion worth of extended letters of credit on its system, on its network in China. And I can give you other examples with a very large, significant. Basically, we've been slowly, steadily, well, not slowly, quite fast, slowly growing, and we have projects now that have been running for 3 years. You know, such as, you know, tracking containers, doing healthcare, management of healthcare claims. We have many, many, many systems that have been running for now for 2-3 years that are slowly making companies more efficient, creating new areas and new applications. Hyperledger Fabric is on every single cloud that there is, or major cloud infrastructure in China and around the world. They all, one thing they all have in common is that Hyperledger Fabric is available. And people like BSN, which is the blockchain service network from China as well, Oracle, SAP, et cetera, et cetera. We also have, and you might be interested if you're a developer or a company using the technology, we have created, and we think it's very important for all our projects to have a professional level of service. So we have created what we call the Hyperledger Certified Service Provider, and we have now 21 actually. This is said 20. We have 21 companies that are certified as Hyperledger Certified Service Providers. And as part of that, the way that you become a certified service provider, and over half of these are in Asia actually. Of the 20, I think about 12 are in Asia, and they use training. So we have a lot of training courses, and actually we've developed a lot of free. So if you want to go onto our website, we can lead you to many, many different technical and business software that's free. We also have a certification which does have a cost with it, which people can get certified in Fabric, Sawtooth. Hopefully soon will be Bezier, and we do have developer training as well. So we believe it's important. Training is a core of what we do. So how do you get involved in Hyperledger? How do you get involved in the community? Because this is, you know, is something for all of us, for the benefit of all of us. So, oh, that's not meant to be a slide there. So there's many ways that you can get involved. So if you want to contribute, you can write code. So we're always looking, the projects, when I say we, the projects and those techs I talked about as technical, always looking for people. So there's a contributor guides. We have wiki.hyperledger.org. You can always look at the contributor guide. You can start finding fixed bugs in Jira. We actually do have a developer newsletter which you can sign up for, which sends you interesting call requests that you can use. You can get involved in translation. We have translated many different languages around the world. So we're always looking for people to translate the technology. You can write a blog post, or you can just get connected with others, get involved in our community, join a special interest group. And I'll share a little bit about that in a second. These are our working groups. We have some technical working groups, and these are the kind of core of what our community is. So we have the technical steering committee, which is our core community, a core working group. They're set up of 11 voted in developers who run the kind of guidance for all the other projects, and that is they're elected once a year. We just had that elected, actually I think they moved from 11 to I think it's 15, so we just had the election recently. So if you want to go have a look, you can look at all the meetings, how you know, what's happening, what the trends are, what's coming up. Every project reviews there, so technical steering committee, and you can watch their meetings live as well. They happen once a week. We have an architecture working group, identity, performance, smart contract working group. And learning materials, actually we have a university course which has been developed by an intern on which we will have, which you'll be able to, we're providing for you know, for the community, for open source. So we have a lot of tools that can be used, and that's part of learning materials group. And we have diversity, civility and inclusion, which is very important to us at Hyperledger and at the Linux Foundation. We also have industry slides, which as you can see, my machine is thinking about taking me there. So please do get involved in these if you can. And then we have, the slide will come eventually, we have tools, we have special interest groups. Special interest groups are groups that are open to everybody. You don't have to be a member. Anyone can get involved, and they're all around vertical or industries. And we're very keen for people to get involved with those groups. We have ones around telco. We have ones around financial services. So we have trade finance, which I recommend, which is actually a very easy time for India. I think it's 2 p.m. Every other Tuesday, and people come together and they discuss those technologies. I'm going to try something else now because my machine isn't doing what it should do. Yeah, I'm going to have to quit Microsoft, which is always a joy. Actually, I have it in Google as well. Where is it? Sorry. I'll stop sharing for a second. Aye. All right, I'm going to use, my machine is having problems. It seems like today is a day of machine problems, right? So my machine is just going round and round in circles here. So what I was going to talk about then is around the different use cases, the different working groups, but I'm going to go on from there. Microsoft PowerPoint is now re-emerging from its slumber. Thank you, Microsoft. And hopefully I'll be able to return to my presentation short with. I'm going to try Google Docs though for a second, right? and maybe that will be something that would make things a little bit easier, right? And I'm going to do that right now. Where are we? We are here. This is what I was going to share, and I'm going to share using that. I'll go back to share screen. How long do I have left? If someone could tell me, I will fit to that timetable. So I'm going to try and get on to, let's try Microsoft again, actually. PowerPoint, no, that's dead. Here it is. Okay, so those are all the different projects. Sorry, the different interest groups. I won't go through that anymore. I'm kind of running out of time here. I would like you guys to also look for, guys and girls, look at the things that we can do from a developer. But I would like to really just talk about some use cases now, just for about 5 minutes, while we still have machine working. And I'm going to be using Google Docs now, right, rather than PowerPoint. So the power of the network, as we used to say in Sun, the network is the computer. So this is DLT ledgers, an example. So trade finance is one of the the outstanding areas, because ultimately, if you think about trade between the buyer and the seller, we have many individuals in between, and there's many intermediaries, and this is all based on the fact that there is lack of trust. So and a lot of that is based on documents, and there's a lot of physical documents, a lot of hard written documents that you have to sign, things like bill of ladings, all kinds of warehouse certificates, all kinds of things. So there's been a big drive to digitize that for 20, 30 years now. And actually, COVID has actually accelerated that. COVID is a terrible thing, but it has shown people that how things should be digitized to help us when we can't meet person to person. And DLT Ledger is an example. They've done, I believe, over $3 billion worth of transactions on their network. They're based out of Singapore, and they played a platform for buyers and sellers to put their documents on the blockchain, and then other companies and then banks can then provide funding and financing against that. So that's a quick one there. Then we have a trade finance in We.Trade. This is in the Europe. So we've had this enormous growth. As I said, in trade finance, this was one that's been going for 2-3 years now, and it's been working with some of the top banks, and they're working on providing a trade ability, so they can, traders can look at their positions, they can look at their order to settlement, their risk coverage, they can track and trace their options. So it's near real-time exchange of information on a secure platform for the customers of those banks. So that is growing, and I think that E-Trade Connect, there are a long list of platforms today, and actually at that Singapore FinTech events, I discussed that with a couple of individuals, and that we have lots and lots of material if you want to learn more about what's happening in the trade finance and the applications are running today by looking at our special interest group. And with supply chain is another area. So this I think is another area which is of great use. I think I saw a company called Traceability. There's a lot of trace, and there's two kind of areas that people are looking at. Provenance. How do I know this phone really is where it says it comes from? How do I know on this phone that they've been using fair trade tools? How do I know that the battery, the Colombo battery in that, has been produced in a fair fashion and has not been done by slave labor or any other accursed labor that has occurred? And this is what this is looking at. This is from in Rwanda. Rwanda, you produce a material, I think this is not tantalum, which is a rare material, which is dug out of the ground in Rwanda, and it's refined in Macedonia, manufactured in the US, and it goes on till it's distributed to consumers, and you get it in your car, your electric car, or in your phone, or any device which is used. The problem with that is that in other countries such as Congo, there is illicitly produced cobalt in bad conditions, and what this does is enable that you to be secure and that you are using titanium that comes from the correct source. So they do that by putting it on the ledger. At each point, they use facial recognition software. They have all kinds of devices to load up so you can understand the provenance of the technology as it goes along. We also have, this is one, the National Bank of Cambodia. This is around financial inclusion. This is a CBDC, central bank digital currency, or they call it pseudo bank digital currency. In Cambodia, there has been a challenge with the whole use of the local currency versus Batong versus the use of the US dollar, and also about 50% of people I think it's about 50% of people do not have a bank account. So this is helping bank the unbanked. So what they do is they've created with the banks, they've created an app on the phone. This is using Aroa, which tracks your digital currency. Which so it's quite kind of quasi, because it actually does all link back to the central bank and to the first tiers of banks, but enables you to hold your currency and trade it, buy some goods from a store, and take then a storekeeper to take that money and then use it elsewhere. So no need of a bank or a bank account to do transaction. This has just been done at a proof of concept, but has just recently been produced alive. And actually we have many CBDCs. This is a very hot subject. I thought I had a slide on it, but I don't. So we have a bunch of different CBDCs. Thailand has announced that it's doing CBDC using Hyperledger Besu. We have the Australians. We have many other things that are happening in this part of the world. So this is a big trend. Central bank digital currency is something worth looking at. It's very exciting, providing that ability for people to exchange currency digitally without a bank account. So it's very exciting, and it really has triggered off. Obviously, Libra was part of that catalyst, I think, but we're seeing that in many countries using central banks that are setting up digital currencies. I've got many other case studies here, and I think that's just it, right? I'm just going to finish there. See if there's any questions. We have many case studies. We're very open to everyone. Please do go to our wiki.hyperledger.org or hyperledger.org, or look me up on LinkedIn, or anybody in the community. We're happy to get you involved. We are, I think 5 years ago when we started, we talked about this new technology. It was a kind of a figment in our idea how we would take blockchain technology, which is underlying Bitcoin, and then we would use that to help business transactions, tokens and businesses around the world. And it's people are no longer asking, how does the technology working? They're asking, I want to use it, how do I use it? It has really changed, and I'm hearing that from business leaders, from large technology companies, small technology companies. We are seeing that transition. And ultimately, I think, as we said 5 years ago, when we're boring and no one really wants to talk about blockchain and it's helping run the world, that's when we have achieved the goal of blockchain technology and all it can benefit to create a far greater trusted world. Okay, so thank you. Please do come look at what we're doing at Hyperledger, get involved. Absolutely everybody is welcome. Thank you. I shall pass you back then, or if there's any questions, to take questions.
Thank you, Julian, for joining with us today and sharing your valuable knowledge about Hyperledger and things that people can do using Hyperledger. And I think it will be a more insightful session for the organizations and businesses who are joined today, who are looking to make these enterprise blockchain transformations. So it will be more helpful for them. And thank you once again on behalf of Colombo blockchain community for you to join this event and make it as one successful event. Even I hope you are joining during your vacation time. So sorry for making you trouble as well during these time periods. And once again, thanks for joining with us.
Not a problem. Take care and good luck, everyone. Have a great conference, and thank you. Great initiative setting this up. Thank you very much, and take care. Keep safe, everyone, as well. Cheers.
Thank you, Julian. You too.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julian Gordon.
I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Niftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Niftron. Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X Technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
Mr. Sanat Bhatt leads the blockchain services for IBM Thailand and was a co-founder of India's first blockchain company, which focused on building supply chain optimization products.
Hi everyone, my name is Sanat Bhatt. I work in IBM Thailand and take care of their blockchain services unit here. 2020 year has been a very roller coaster ride for everyone around the world, specifically in Asia, and if I can speak about in Thailand, there have been many changes apart from the impact of the COVID as well. Thailand has been moving really very fast in reference to blockchain, with large scale blockchain platforms coming into picture, and actually working with multiple participants in the ecosystem. today I would like to speak with you everyone on what IBM has done in 2020, what it was its outlook when it was working with the participants as much as of Bank of Thailand, the leading banks in the nations, the leading corporates in the nation, and also what we look at when it comes what we look at when it comes to Asia in 2021, how blockchain would be moving in 2021 in Asia, South Asia, and and specifically, if I can say more on Southeast Asia. Uh, Let me quickly bring up something for you guys to look at. So as I said, the topic that I want to speak about is looking at 2021. So to look at 2021, we need to also look at 2020, as I said, the important global changes that are happening, and the use cases to look at in 2021 specifically. So let me start on what were the cases that IBM blockchain was looking at when it was in Asia and in Thailand, Southeast Asia specifically. The first use case that we were looking at was on the trade authentication. So for us, it became a very important use case across the world that if we can achieve a trade authentication across multiple participants in the country and in Southeast Asia, the participants ranging from the carriers, the shipping carriers, shipping agents, the third-party logistic companies, and the trading organizations themselves. If there can be a trade authentication or a authentic trade record between all of them, then it practically increases a lot of operations and opens up a lot of operational efficiencies for multiple managed services around this trade. That can be financial services like trade finance, that can be insurance, that can be the tax payments and tax reconciliations. So for us, it was very important as a use case when we were looking to achieve trade authentication in the places where we are working. And that's why the very use case of trade lens. The trade lens is our platform where we have specifically been trying to achieve digitization of the trade documents, recording it in a tamper-proof tamper-proof manner, which achieves a high integrity for the data, and then also making possible through a networked solution sharing of this authenticated trade record. The trade lens, as we state very proudly, is achieves around more than 97% of the document flow to get reduced and become completely paperless. So that's something which we have been very strongly working around in the region. Appending to the trade lens as a use case, we then started working on with the major banks in the nation for supply chain finance. An authentic trade record, if created, can always facilitate the banks to decide how they can go ahead for financing that trade. Now let's put up it in a more supply chain finance. For supply chain finance, they do not know the risk that they are carrying in reference to the health of the supply chain and the provenance of the goods that are moving in that supply chain. Now, our idea was the blockchain's very strong potential is of achieving the provenance of the goods and also achieving the trust in reference of the data that exist in the ecosystem or in the supply chain ecosystem. If these both is something which we can gather and achieve, then it practically makes possible a reduction in the risk for the banks and thereby reduction in the interest rates and easing up of onboarding process for the customers. Thereby there is increase in the volume of finance and thereby an improved economy. That's keeping that as the goal. We started working with the major banks in the nation and major corporates, and we are very strongly committed to actually bring out the supply chain finance solution strong across the economy. Uh, Now, if you see, we have always been more focused on the financial services and having data exchange in a reference to the trade and the trade's finance. This has all been our major focus area in the last 1 year of 2020, when we were working, specifically, if I can say, in reference to Southeast Asia. Now let's go ahead and maybe let me go ahead and speak about what we see as the global changes in 2021. uh, the one of the most important changes that we note is RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, that has been gone around with the major Southeast Asian nations and couple of South Asian nations. And we feel that this can bring up a huge momentum in a huge momentum change in the way the blockchain can be applied. The specific reason for it is that RCEP specifically has stated under their Article 12 subsection 5 that that there has to be there has to be an infrastructure that has to be put up between the Southeast Asian nations at the first and the other South Asian nations for making possible a paperless trading, and also making possible a more friction-free onboarding process, or a friction-free process of a supplier in country A to be working with the buyer in country B, and vice versa. Thereby, the idea is to boost the current already existing free trade concept in another level altogether. And we believe then the concept of marketplace and ecosystem would actually flourish. And here is where we believe that the use cases like invoice marketplace, uh, having a marketplace where the suppliers and buyers can simply onboard and post their invoices for requesting a finance, can be one of the best use cases. The second use case that we look forward to flourish more than what we saw in 2020 is the trade finance, because with a boost of paperless trading coming off in specifically by the ASEAN nations and the Southeast Asian nations, we feel that trade finance would be one that will take a direct boost. One thing which we interestingly feel as a story would take a jump is a B2B payments. B2B payments today, specifically either at an international level, has to goes through a payment gateway, or goes to dedicated networks built between a bank A and bank B. Now, if there is a payments network which authenticates a trade record or a record at the first place, built between the major banks, major leading multinational banks, then that could actually ease up the payments and the cost of payments. That's exactly what we are looking forward when we are looking as a use cases with respect to the change that the Southeast Asia has gone in reference to RCEP. We believe from a crucial technical standpoint, from a crucial technology needs standpoint, there has to be a secure, scalable, blockchain agnostic, decentralized oracle. By that we mean that all the use cases that we are proposing cannot be either only built in Fabric or leading protocols like Corda or Ethereum. There may be specific protocols built around the world which may be facilitating a particular use case. Like if I can very much specify, Fabric can be a good use case for invoice marketplace, but cannot be a good use case for facilitating payments. We need to have an appending solution like XRP, Ripple, or maybe even Corda to support us, or maybe Ethereum to support us there. In such scenarios, I feel that we feel that a secure, scalable, blockchain agnostic, decentralized oracle that can actually make possible interoperability of blockchain simpler is something which is a dire need. Uh, the second important change that we look at from a Thailand's perspective and from an Asia perspective is sooner or later around in Asia, the Personal Data Protection Act is sweeping in. Thailand has taken it up in 2020. Many of the other nations are already moving from a GDPR standpoint, and that's where we see a need that there can be a momentum change in reference to how KYCs and KYBs, that is, know your customer and know your business, or know your supplier stroke buyer, would work. So the current KYC and KYB works in a very lengthy process of a paper-based manner, where you authenticate each other on their identity, their corporate reference, and then after authentication process of each other for roughly 4 or 5 weeks, a particular supplier onboards a buyer, or a buyer onboards a supplier, or a banker onboards a supplier or a buyer. In such scenarios, we feel that a trusted mechanism or a corporate digital ID enabling a KYC and a KYB process will be something which can take up on a huge level when it comes to when it comes to 2021. And I think there is where a self-sovereign identity solutions, which is picking up really huge in 2020, and I think will be picking up in a greater extent in 2021. The third use case, which we feel is a very, very strong use case to be coming up in Asia, is on the COVID vaccines which are around. The COVID vaccines are around, and we need a very strong provenance of the supply of the of the COVID vaccines. At the same time, we need a very strong infrastructure or a system that can help the exchange of the patient's data in this case. And there is where we believe that provenance engine based solutions can be one of the best solutions for helping COVID vaccines distribution and patients' health records. The fourth use case that we believe will be picking up on a huge level is with respects to digital assets. Securities market are revolutionizing themselves since this year. We have seen a lot of bankers, custody bankers, securities organizations, fund management companies, investment bankers reaching out to us, speaking with us, we speaking with them on how the securities right now being maintained, managed, settled, and traded and invested can be revolutionized, can be tokenized, can be increased in the speed, and their value can be stabilized. At the same time, they can be fused with the current crypto economy to create a completely new structured product. So this is something which we see that the financial market would take a huge revolution around. And that's something which we feel is a very strong use case to look at. A quick stroll on how we are planning to do each of the use cases. Maybe let's see that. The first use case, as I said, is we are looking heavily on KYB specifically. We see that a trusted supplier buyer onboarding is something which is a very, very, very necessary solution needed. And that is something which we are working with our partners in IBM to build a trusted supplier onboarding solution, where the supplier and buyer will be in the network, but also there would be verifier, auditors, lawyers who can authenticate their records and put up those authenticated records over the network, which can be reused again and again and again for different KYCs, but at the same time can also be used for KYB as well. We already have test driven this and have seen that this will be bringing in down 90% of the supplier, 90%, 70 to 90% of the supplier buyer onboarding time. It will be bringing out more than 50% of the cost that today a supplier buyer specifically deals with when onboarding each other. Let me go to the next use case. The next use case is, as I mentioned earlier, is on the trusted on the marketplace for domestic trade documents. So if I can mention, we want to get in with a use case where the suppliers and buyers can post in their invoices and get them financed, but also banks who are stuck with a low performing asset and to want to resell them, want to liquidate them, can have a marketplace where they can work with the other stronger banks, other stronger banks or consortium of banks, to come and liquidate them and help them not choke with their operations, but actually be still operating and be still be able to actually get out with their low performing assets. That's where we are planning to build in invoice marketplace, or we can say trade domestic trade documents marketplace. B2B payments is our one of the favorites. Uh, we have already worked hugely on building the trade authentication solution, as I mentioned, in 2020. And we have also very strongly built a solution which is achieving uh, making possible a network of bankers. Now, merging these two together, what we want to achieve is an authenticated trade record to be available to the bankers, should be also consumed, as you can see, in the payments network for facilitating the payments. And that would actually revolutionize the way we look at the payments, the way we look at the B2B payments. And that that's exactly what we plan to build in the 2021, or we are looking forward as one of the most important use cases to look at in the 2021. Let me go down now to a solution which we feel is a strong solution to look at for a strong solution to look at for custodian banks in the custodian banks who are dealing with the securities. The problem today that the custodian banks face is majorly that there is a huge time lag. Also, there is a huge time lag, and also there is a huge gap in information with respect to the securities issuances and management. In Thailand, if I can say, we take roughly 14 days for issuance of a bond. And 14 days is because you have to bond investment company or a particular issuer of the bond has to get their bonds registered with the exchange. Then the exchange has to speak with the public debt office for the records. The public debt office has to speak with the custodian bankers for understanding how they will be maintaining the title and the custody of the securities, and after the issuance, how they will be also collecting the money from the investors and maintaining that. Now, this is a huge ecosystem to speak with and to be in sync also. So how do we plan to solve it, or how do we plan to make this solution simpler? So what we want is that the exchanges today should record the identity for a security or a particular instrument. Then the identity of the security once created can be tokenized and completely immobilized. Once tokenized and completely immobilized, the exchanges can create a match of a seller and a buyer and sign that record and maintain it. Once that record is signed and maintained, it goes to a settlement company who settles the transactions or settles the securities. And once it maintains the settlement instruction, it goes back as a token transfer record in the token inventory. The same record is then passed on to the custody companies or the custody bankers to update their records of the securities title transfer and also execute the payments. And once these all records are in sync, it's directly posted back to the broker or the investment banks. Now, what we achieved having a networked system here is a more synced system will achieve a more speed in the issuances issuances and recording of the issuance and recording of the securities. And that's where we feel that this is a market which will be picking up on a huge level, on a huge scale in the coming years. To pass on as a closing comment, we see the South Asia and Southeast Asia to be moving really fast in blockchain space, with different kinds of startups putting in different kinds of startups putting in a right solution, different kind of solutions coming in from the services giants like IBM's and Accenture's, by a different drive taken in by the different drive taken by the central banks like China's central bank, the Bank of Thailand, the Reserve Bank of India with respect to the digital currencies, uh, and many other government nodal agencies specifically building up solutions for specifically building up solutions like health data exchange, etc. We believe that 2021 will be a very fast moving time for blockchain, and I wish that we all work together to create a networked environment and a network system. uh, Thank you, and as we say in Thailand, "Kaptan krap."
Thank you, Mrs. Sanatpa. Mr. Anjana Jayavera is the head of engineering and lead blockchain developer of Electrify Asia, who started his career off as a web designer and then went on to work in multiple industries such as travel and tourism, along with us today.
Hi, my name is Anjan Jayavira. I'm the head of engineering at Electrify.Asia, an energy innovative startup in Singapore. Today, I'm going to present to you about how we can leverage the power of blockchain technology for energy industry. Let me share my presentation with you. Blockchain technology in energy industry to hit 3 billion by 2025. So this is one of the market research done by Global Market Insights. And you can see the potential for energy industry with the use of blockchain. Let's have a look at what is the role of blockchain in power sector. So as every other use cases, in the power sector also, blockchain can use for less transaction cost, transparency and tightened security, automation via smart contract, and user participation via decentralization. We'll discuss about these 4 things in coming slides. Let's have a look at what is the market solution. So energy markets are designed for centralized generation. It's never designed for decentralized generation. But companies like us, energy innovative startups like us, we are coming up with some disruptive ideas about how we can decentralize this using the power of blockchain technology. So redesign the energy markets for utilities to operate new decentralized energy sources is one way which we can make this work around. The second point is renewable energy is desirable but costly to the grid. So we know that most people are thinking about how the climate change is going to affect us and they tend to use more renewable sources for their day-to-day life. So as a workaround, we can optimize renewable energy sources to provide stability and sustainability to the grid. And there are a lot of startups in the world who are coming up with good ideas, and they already run pilots successfully as well. So electrons are fungible and difficult to track. So for example, at the end of the day, you're getting your energy bill and you don't know how your energy has utilized. You don't have any idea about whether your refrigerator used a lot of energy or whether your AC air conditioner have used a lot of energy, and so on and so on. So use of smart metering devices, we can efficiently track real time what is the current energy usage for resource planning and end users. So then the current energy tracking methods are outdated and inefficient. So we are saying that we are using a dumb meter to measure the electricity. You can see that in Sri Lankan context, especially, we don't have that digital meter. We have the analog meter. But most of other countries, for example, like UK, so they are opting out the digital meter for everything because they can get an accurate reading, and they can easily create a data platform for electrons to be tracked and measured. Let's have a look at what is the current snapshot of energy industry using the blockchain. So 189 companies working in blockchain in energy and 71 projects focused on blockchain in energy. You have 466 million US dollars invested in blockchain in power, and about 50% projects built on Ethereum blockchain. So this information I extract from IRENA blockchain innovation landscape brief report. You can also go and have a look. So this data is as at September 2018. So these numbers might be different for the right now, but you can get a good idea about how many companies and how many projects are working on blockchain in energy industry. So let's have a look at what are the key applications in energy. So the most famous one is peer-to-peer energy trading, the renewable energy certificate, electric vehicles, grid management and system operation, and IoT and other services. So I'm going to touch, out of these 5, I'm going to touch 3 of them in detail. So let's move forward with the presentation. From this pie chart, you can see that there are 36% of blockchain projects is focused on peer-to-peer energy trading, and around 11% of electric mobility, and another 11% of the renewable energy certificate. You can see how the startups and companies are trying to disrupt this industry because of the potential and the use of blockchain technology is in these areas. So many of use cases for blockchain energy and sustainability are often less recognized. This is said by Consensus, one of their report related to energy and sustainability, and you can see the potential here to use blockchain technology in energy. So let's speak about 3 key areas. So one is peer-to-peer energy trading, the second is renewable energy certificate, and the third one is electric vehicles. So let's have a look at what is the peer-to-peer energy trading means. So let's say you have a rooftop solar and your consumption is so little and there are a lot of excess energy with your platform. So you want to sell this excess energy to another person through a platform at a higher price rather than government is paying for you. Then as a consumer, you want to buy green energy from another party for a cheaper price rather than what government is selling or what other green energy sources are selling. So to achieve this, the best technology currently we have is peer-to-peer energy trading. So
what peer-to-peer energy trading means, by selling energy between two parties, excess energy can be traded between secure platform. So as I mentioned, what the biggest benefit is, producer can sell excess energy at agreed price. Let's say, then while consumer can buy energy at a lower price than feed-in tariff. And you'll be able to buy from a known source as well. For example, let's say I have a friend called Sam. Sam wants to sell his excess energy at 2 rupees, for example, and I'm willing to buy at 2 rupees. So I can get Sam's excess energy through a platform which is renewable at a lower price. The other side of story is, if prosumer is selling this energy back to grid, let's say he's getting only 1.50 rupees per kilowatt hour, for example. So the prosumer can sell his excess energy 50 cents more to another party through a platform. So there are projects currently running all over the world, and most prominent ones are US, UK, Germany, Australia, Singapore, and Malaysia. So in Singapore, my company is one who's doing the peer-to-peer energy trading in citywide grid. So most of this peer-to-peer energy trading is happening in the microgrid level, means only for one area, but in Singapore we are doing for country level grid, so city level, citywide grid. Now let's think about what the renewable energy certificate. So renewable energy certificate could be something new for Sri Lankan context. But before I explain this, I will show a couple of screenshots from my next slides. So this is published on 2018 April. So Apple saying that Apple now globally powered by 100% renewable energy. Then these from the Google. Google is saying that our biggest renewable energy purchase ever. So you might wondering how they can be 100% renewable energy, how the Google can be 100% renewable energy. So renewable energy certificate is the answer for this. So let's have a look what is renewable energy certificate is. So REC is a tradable, non-tangible energy commodities that often bears 1 megawatt hour of renewable energy. So how it works? Unutilized power generation from renewable sources tracked and sell via a platform, usually buying as a credit against the own power usage. So this is the most important part. Usually buying as a credit against the own power usage. So let me explain it a little bit. So let's say I'll get the same example as Sam. Sam has excess energy. His rooftop solar is generating some excess energy and nobody is using, and it's going to the grid. So there's a system which we can track this unused, unutilized power, renewable power, and selling it as a credit from 1 megawatt hour certificates. So this is how, let's say, for example, let's say for me, Anjan Javeri is using, let's say, 2 megawatt hour worth electricity at my home. So if I buy 2 megawatt hour worth renewable energy certificate against my own power usage, that means I have purchased 2 megawatt hour worth green energy, and my electricity consumption is 100% green. So this is the shortest and sweetest example of renewable energy certificate. But let's say how this is relevant to blockchain. So through IoT devices, you can easily measure what your consumption and your production and your unused energy. And because blockchain is immutable, you can store this unused data, create a non-fungible token, and sell it as a green energy certificate. So this is the use case of REX using the blockchain, and current projects is actually US, UK, Australia, and Singapore. There are many countries, but I mentioned only these four because these four are very prominent. And you can see the possibilities of how we can use blockchain for renewable energy certificate as well. So some of the researchers are going now how we can cut the carbon credit out of the renewable energy certificate, how we are going to say that it's 100% green, and so and so and so. So it's a very interesting area. When you have a time, you have a look, read a couple of research papers, you will be able to get a couple of things into your head. How this renewable energy certificate works and what are the possible outcomes. So I'll move to my last slide, which is electric vehicles. So this is pretty interesting for everybody who's working in the energy industry, and personally it's very interesting for me as well. So let's say how the electric vehicles can be used in energy industry, and how the blockchain can get used for this. So in Sri Lankan context, the most famous electric vehicle we currently have is Nissan Leaf. So if you think in the other way around, electric vehicle is a moving generator. Means you can charge your battery, you are using that energy to go from point A to point B, then you stay there, coming home, charge it again. So this cycles goes round and round. So what if, let's say for example, you're charging your electric vehicle at home, you're going to the office, and you have left 90% of battery. Out of this 90% of battery, you only need around 30% to go from office to home. And let's say we keep another 10%, which for emergency, for example. So means that you can actually able to give away 50% of your energy from your electric vehicle to the grid. So we calling this vehicle to grid V2G. So the first use case is add mobility to power generation and demand asset, charging and discharging on the grid. So why this is interesting is, let's say you charge your electric vehicle from home, and you can sell this excess energy you have in your battery pack for a higher price. So you can get something extra income. So it's a little bit crazy, but it's happening in the world already. So the second use case is, what if your electric vehicle can charge from green energy, renewable energy itself? So let's say why people are buying electric vehicles, because of they are thinking about these carbon emissions. They want to save the world. The climate change is real, and so on and so. But some people saying, even you are using an electric vehicle, you are still charging that using brown energy, which the brown energies come from either coal, either gas, or so on. So they are saying that your electric vehicle, even though you bought the electric vehicle to reduce the carbon emission, but you are indirectly using indirectly participating for carbon emissions still. But what if you can use green energy to charge your electric vehicle, let's say through peer-to-peer platform, for example? So these two of the use cases currently in the world, researchers are working on. Vehicle to grid, the one of the France company, NG, already did a POC for this, And the use case 2, the electrical vehicles charging from the green energy. Couple of companies also doing already done the proof of concepts, and they are waiting to scale it up. So if you are very interested about electric vehicles and the energy industry and how you can combine the blockchain technology for it, go and read some research papers. It's available in the Google. You can have a look. So I have come to the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me through my email, anjan@elify.asia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anjanajarvir.
Hi, I'm Sharamanian Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Neftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Neftron. Neftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X Technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
We have Ms. Zara Zamani joining with us for the next session. She is the head of disruptive technologies at Metabytes, and she has experience ranging from oil and gas wireline to travel technology, e-tourism, innovation management, knowledge management, and blockchain.
Hi everyone, and welcome to my speech. I'm Zara Zamani, Head of Disruptive Technologies at Metabytes Sweden. I wish I was there in person and we would meet in person, but this is an incredible year as well, right? On the other hand, this year has given me opportunity to talk to people from all over the world, and that is amazing. So this is a quite unique event for me because this is an event that I am not starting my speech with what blockchain is, because it's an event for blockchain experts already, and that makes it amazing, right? So what I'm going to talk today about is, when do we know blockchain is actually the right fit technology? Because at the end of the day, it all goes back to the decision that a business leader needs to take. Do we need blockchain? And if we do, what kind of blockchain do we need? And what kind of questions do we need to ask ourselves as business leaders to understand or to figure out whether we really need a technology like blockchain? So we will go through that today together. Let's start. So there we are. Let's look at this. Let's imagine you're a business leader, if you're not already. Or you need to make a decision whether you need blockchain or not. And to be honest, we need to start from the very, very, very basic. Do you need a database at all? I know it sounds really basic, but honestly speaking, I have seen a lot of projects with blockchain that they really didn't need blockchain. And they're just doing it because it's sexy. It's blockchain. Let's do something with blockchain. And that is wrong. That's when it fails, it's costly, and then at the end of the day, you decide that, oh, I could just do this with any other alternative database solution. So we start with this very basic. Do you need a database? If not, then look at the other alternatives. If yes, we go to here, to another question. Does your business include, or are you working with complex business logics, like contractual agreements? Does your business require some sort of contractual agreement between multiple parties, for example? Or do you have any other complex business logic within your business? If not, if you're not really working with complex business logics, you may look at other alternatives. If yes, then you ask yourself a following question, and that is, do these multiple parties involved also need a right access? Do they need to modify the data? As an example, supply chain, from raw material producer to manufacturer to shipping and logistic to custom to distributor to end user. Do all of these parties need right access? Yes, they do. They need to share data. They need to tell the end user, when was this product manufactured, how was it made, with what raw material, how was it shipped to you, are you receiving the original or genuine product or not? So if you require multiple parties having right access, then you look further. If not, you can look at other alternatives. So now that we know that we need a database and we also do have complex business logics, and we do need to have multiple parties involved, that these multiple parties want to have right access. They need to modify data. So the next follow-up question that we should ask ourselves is, are these parties known and trusted? Do we know who they are? Do we trust them already? If yes, then we go to this question. If we know them already and we trust them already, do we also know do we know that they have all they share same interests? Are their interests common? Do they all want exactly the same thing to happen, or do they have their own interests? If they all want exactly the same thing happen, so they're known, they're trusted, and they want exactly the same thing, you might look at the other alternatives. You might not need blockchain at all. But if they are known and trusted, but they do not share the same interest, for example, the manufacturer has a different interest than a distributor, or the end user's interest is to ensure in a supply chain is to ensure that they receive genuine product, which might not necessarily be the interest in logistic and shipping company, because they care about smooth logistic. So they don't necessarily share the same interest. If they do not share the same interest and they do not have unified interest, then you go to the follow-up question. So, sorry for the change in the background. Looks like I have forgotten to save that piece of my speech. So, we know now that we have multiple parties, known or unknown. They do not necessarily share a common interest. But the next question that we ask ourselves is, do we need a trusted third party in our business? Because if that's the case, you really have to look into other alternatives. Because blockchain is all about eliminating them. Blockchain is all about eliminating intermediaries. It's all about minimizing the number of them. It's all about distribution and decentralization of power, of control. It's all about not having a centralized house of control, not having an intermediary who can actually, slow the process or make the process more expensive, make the transaction more expensive. So if that is the case, if you need that, look into other alternatives. But if that's not the case, so there we go. We have a need for a database in our business. And our business actually does include complex business logics, and we need multiple parties to have right access and to be able to modify data. These parties might be known, might be unknown, might be trusted, might not be trusted. But one thing we know is these parties do not necessarily share a common interest. And we also know that we do not need a trusted third party. Ta-da! You have a perfect use case for blockchain. But that's not enough. How do we know now? Do we need a public blockchain, or do we need a private blockchain, or do we need a hybrid blockchain? That is the next question that we can ask ourselves. And that is what we will cover just now. So now that you know that you have a perfect scenario to have blockchain adopted in your business,
the questions you ask yourself is whether you want to have control over functionality of the platform. If you do not want to have control over functionality of the platform, and you also want your transactions to be public, then of course you choose public blockchain. But if you do not want your transactions to be public, then you go back to the control over functionality. So if you want to have a control over functionality of the platform, and you also want private transactions, then you come to another point that you need to ask yourself. How is the consensus among all these multiple parties is going to be achieved? Is the consensus going to be achieved within your organization, in your own business? If that is the case and the consensus is going to be achieved within your business, then you have a good use case of private blockchain. But if this consensus is going to be achieved inter-organizational, between the organizations, so between, for example, I'm just using the supply chain example again, the manufacturer and also the distributor and also the raw material wholesaler or seller or farmer and the end user, etc. So if all these multiple parties need to, the consensus needs to be achieved between these inter-organizations, then you basically have a perfect scenario to apply hybrid blockchains. So that's it. That's it. You just follow this decision 3 and more or less you will be safe. But one thing that I really want you to be careful with is to make sure you really have a use case for adoption of blockchain, and don't just go with the flow because blockchain is a buzzword right now. So good luck with adoption of blockchain. So thank you so much for watching me. I hope it was a useful session, and thanks for inviting me. Thanks to organizers for inviting me. You all probably should know how to find me by now, but anyways, the easiest way is to look for me on LinkedIn. And yeah, reach out. Let's have more discussions around it. I will never be really tired of discussions around blockchain. And good luck and goodbye from cold and dark Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zara Zamani, for that insightful speech.
Mr. Shamilan Somasundaram is a certified blockchain solution architect who is the co-founder and chief executive officer at Niftron. He has more than 4 years of experience in decentralized application solution architect and development. He is also the co-organizer of Colombo Blockchain Meetup and Colombo Blockchain Developer Meetup. He helps organizations and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects to become pioneers in their respective industries.
Hi everyone, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Nifton. So today's talk, what we are going to look at is redefining the way we trust applications, products, and individuals through blockchain. As you all know, blockchain is transforming each industries in the world. Even organizations, governments, and non-profits are trying to integrate blockchain. But we'll see like what is the reason that they're integrating and how blockchain especially contributing in terms of trust in these industries or applications and how it's redefining the way it's transforming. So trust. So trust is the base thing in the world. Like even two individuals want to interact, or else a person and an application, or person and a product. It's everywhere the connection happens based on the trust. So if you have a trust on a person, you will be. And one more thing is like it takes so long to build this trust, and it takes seconds to lose the trust as well. So trust is most valuable thing in the world, and we have trust between individuals. So we have friends, we have families, we have relationships. So everything is based on we maintain it based on trust. And similar like that when it comes to applications, whatever the application that we use, we have some level of trust on those applications in terms of transactions or in terms of actions that we are making on those applications, as well as whatever the data they store it or how they work. Based on those things, we have some kind of a trust on these applications that we use day-to-day lives. And similar like that, when it comes to products, we always have trust on the products that we purchase. So it can be a day-to-day like vegetables or fruits or products, or else if you're buying some long-term products like automobiles or vehicles, even gadgets or whatever we get it, we have to have some trust on the brands or else trust on the product that we are buying. And this trust can be come from different ways, like as it can come from brands, or it can come from the people behind these products, or it can come from the way the product is manufactured. So it can be different ways that trust can come, or a person can earn the trust with their customers. But it's all happens based on trust, and that is the base layer. So when it comes to blockchain, the simple term I can explain blockchain. Most I do explain in this way, like blockchain is a technology that will be let to untrusted parties to transfer valuable assets in a trusted manner. So when two untrusted parties they are, it's very difficult for them to transfer valuable assets. So the valuable assets can be anything. It can be money, it can be land records or land transfers, it can be vehicle transfers, or it can be even data transfers. So it can be any valuable assets transferred between two untrusted parties in a trusted manner. We can use blockchain. So blockchain is that is what blockchain is doing. So when it comes to trust, based on human psychology, as they explain how individuals building trust and how individual building trust with applications. So we can see like usually the psychological way we build the trust based on transparency, ownership, and security. So when we build trust with an individual, we usually build based on the transparency. So if we know another person well and they knows us well, then we have full transparency between us, and then we trust that person. Or if we have a ownership on some items that someone provide to us, then we have trust on that person or that item. And when we access these applications and things where there's a high security and data ownership, we have trust on these things. But the luckiest thing is we have all these three things comes as a characteristics of blockchain. And that is the hash one reason blockchain is kind of booming in terms of other than the use cases in terms of industries and applications. It started to using blockchain because it's providing these three facilities as a main base, and which is ideally connected to the trust, and it's improving the trust. Maybe not have a clear idea on this. So if you listen to this talk, you'll be get a better idea like how you can actually think, or how you can decide where you can integrate blockchain and how you can use blockchain in your existing applications or organizations. So reinvention. So reinvention is mostly a kind of underrated term in the industry. So mostly the innovation is highly rated and reinvention is maybe underrated, but it's the most important thing in the world. So when it comes to reinvention, the best description is like embracing the change by reimagining or remaking. So what blockchain doing is actually reinventing. So blockchain is a technology, or it's you can use it as a plugin or a a support pillar that you can use it in your businesses or your next projects to reinvent that project into a next level. So you don't need to create something new based on blockchains, but you're using that blockchain as a one pillar or a plugin to simply reinvent your projects or products in a next level that can be used by the people, which will eventually provide them trust through transparency, ownership, or security, and different aspects will come. But these are the main things. So what you can use, what you can do using blockchain is wherever the industry that you are connecting blockchain, you ideally going to provide them either transparency or ownership or security, and which actually giving them the trust. So you can use trust and you can use this blockchain as a combination, and you can reinvent your industry or reinvent your project or reinvent your product through blockchain, and you can provide this trust to the customers. So when it comes to reinvention, maybe most of you have thought this image as well. So people say like reinventing the wheel is a bad thing, but you have to consider this also when you are talking about reinvention is bad. So reinventing is bad when you're reinventing the same thing except as again. So for example, if you are in a stone wheel and you are reinventing the same stone wheel again, that is a very bad thing. But when you're reinventing with a slight change of small degree of changes, like you have a stone wheel, you comes to the wooden wheel, and then you comes to the tires, and then now we have tubeless tires. So it's all looks like same, the wheel looks like same, but the way it's transformed, it's a small changes that cost, and then it's transformed to the fine product that we have now. And the reinvention will continuously happen, so we'll have different versions of these tires comes in future. This is a continuous process, but what is matters is we have to reinvent in some ways that the product is more adapt to that market and more adapt to the current market demand, so current user demand. So if you're not reinventing, we'll be stuck in the stone wheels, and if you are reinventing continuously, we'll be goes in a progress manner. So this is same thing that you can relate to the evolution theory as well. So when it comes to technology reinvention or evolution, you can match that with how human evolution works as well. So when we see like how chimpanzees came and then how human came from chimpanzees, we can see that there's a slight changes happens in each phases, and we came to this level of transformation. And then we are going to evolve continuously in future as well to transform slightly and move towards the better versions every phase. But what's the matters is like you have to do this reinvention, and you don't need to do it too much, which will be like too much reinvention is bad because the market is not ready for those products. And you don't need to stop reinventing your products, because if you stop reinventing your products, what will happen is you will be lag behind the competitors, and who are kind of reinventing is continuously, they'll be match the market demands and move it. So this is one of the better examples I can give, like when it comes to reinvention or how you can evolve your application to a next level. And the talk is mainly based on how you can evolve this next level through using blockchain. So when it comes to these improvements, so you can see like trust is, as I mentioned, trust is the important thing in the blockchain, and trust is the most common thing in all the businesses, organizations, non-profit, or even government that we have. Everyone have a different level of trust. So when it comes to startup, they are building these products to gain trust with their customers, and when it comes to organizations, they have clients to have trust. When it comes to governments, they have running based on trust with the people or a public. When it comes to educations, they have trust on the gain trust from the students as well as the people who are graduating from this to go to the work, so they have trust on those people. And non-profits basically have trust from the donors or people who are making these donations. So when it comes to these verticals, so we have different applications comes under them. So we have financial applications, telecom, transformation, like energy, utility. So whatever application that we do, baseline is we have this trust mechanism come somewhere. So that is why blockchain is more suitable for people say like you can use blockchain in any places, but that is actually in one way is true, because you can use blockchain in any places. But what is important is you need to understand whether that is making a benefit for your return of investment, or it's benefit for your customers or clients for using it. But actually that is true, like because wherever the trust is playing, or wherever you see that you have to improve the trust, and you can gain more customers, or you can gain more revenues by improving this trust, you can simply integrate this blockchain and do that part easily, which is not possible to do it previously without blockchain. So why it's not possible in previously without blockchain is main thing is like we built so much software applications and things in the past. But what happens is we always build it as a centralized applications or a distributed applications, which has control over a central party. So we have famous issues in the past, like we have Google data issues and Facebook data issues. So the based on these issues and all, people are like losing trust on these kind of applications specifically. So when we are building these future applications, it's more important to maintain that user data trust or data ownership in terms, because whatever GDPR rules or whatever compliance that we are focusing on, it's protecting the data, but actually the ownership of the data is not protected. So when it comes to ownership of the data, what I mean by is like if I'm entering some data, it should be only visible to me, as well as if I give a consent that that person only can able to see it and no one else can see it. And even a database admins or developers not able to access these data, which is only can be accessed by the people I gave consent. So that is one of the ways that you can that is one of the reasons that you can't achieve this trust through the centralized applications, because whatever you provide trust, still people can claim that whether you are manipulating the data or you have ways to manipulate these data. So that is one of the reasons if you put your data into blockchain, you can provide that guarantee that no one can able to change this data, and whatever the users see in the website or application is actually the data that is in the blockchain, and you have different ways you can cross check these things. So when it comes to banking and finance, it's an industry that got disrupted by blockchain in the initial stage because of cryptocurrency, and it's also like we can relate to this trust, because when it comes to banking and finance industries, mainly like it's the centralized parties who control this money. So when it comes to banks, they own our money, and like it's a famous quote that we say like people are rich by the paper, but banks are rich by the actual currency. So this is one of the things that Bitcoin or cryptocurrency changed it. So they made the people to own their money and made each and every individual as a bank. So you can transfer your money and you can own your money. So which will provide you the trust that you have the control over your money, as well as if you are transferring to someone, they can have a full uh, ownership, or they can able to trace these things and see like, okay, actually it's, you have enough money, or you are double spending it, or it's a fake currency. So everything is can be cross checked with the blockchain when they're receiving this money, and it's that's provide the transparency nature as well as ownership of your currency, and which is basically improve that trust level into a next high level than what banks used to do, or what banks currently doing it. And when it comes to medical, this is one of the industry that is got disrupted or disrupted by blockchain. Mainly medical records are stored in blockchains in many of the countries, and applications using to store medical records in blockchain, which is basically improve the trust that patient have on these applications. Because when we are using a medical record applications and we store these informations, it's a most valuable and sensitive information. So we don't want this to be used by someone else, and we don't want this to be illegally sold to the pharmaceutical or research companies as well. So we own these medical records under our private keys and encrypted, and then we can transfer it whenever we want. And that is the trust that we have on these applications. As well as when it comes to doctors or any emergency situations, they want to get the patient records and see it, they have a full trust on that data that they're viewing, because they knows no one can able to manipulate these informations in blockchain. So they can provide quick treatments without too much thinking whether data is correct or not or accurate or not, because they know it comes from a verified and approved source. And supply chain is used in multiple areas in blockchain. Blockchain used in multiple areas in supply chain when it comes to agriculture supply chain, or when it comes to pharmaceutical supply chain. We use blockchain to improve this trust. So basically, when you're buying a product, for example, if you're buying an organic product or any premium products in supermarket, we just buy this product and come, and we don't know like where it's actually come from or anything like that. So sometimes we get products saying that it's come from this particular part of the country, but we don't have any ways to go and verify these things. But if you use this blockchain, we can simply scan a QR or a barcode that's printed in the product, and we can verify whether it's actually organic or inorganic product, as well as we can verify whether it's come from a particular place or a particular country. We can verify the source, and we can trace these things, which provides that trust to the users. Even if you try to do this through a centralized database, you can achieve this because you can put these data and you can show it, but you can't earn that trust with your customers, because the customers can claim, because people are more advanced these days and they know like how these data are handled and all. When it comes to the most advanced countries, and including even Sri Lanka, like most of the people are like more advanced to know like where the data are coming from. So when you're showing that these data is through blockchain database and verified, still people can claim that you are not actually showing this data. Maybe you have a control and you can go and manipulate the database, or your developers can do these things. So when you put it to blockchain, you simply give that guarantee to the users that okay, it's come from blockchain, which means you entered in the starting point the correct data and it's come from the same source, and same data that they are viewing is, you can cross check it, and that provides them the guarantee that the data is not manipulated or they are not cheated. And when it comes to pharmaceutical, we have many pharmaceutical scams happens like counterfeit drugs. So you can use a blockchain to track these drugs from another country to Sri Lanka or any other country, and we can just scan a QR code in the tablets and we can see where it's come from and what are the medications that can be used for these tablets, or how long it has the expiry dates and all those things. So which will provide eventually the trust by transparent, showing this information in a transparent manner with the ownership of the data into these users who are entering this data. And when it comes to government also, we have used blockchain. Many governments use blockchain in other countries like Estonia used for votings, most of the record storing and all, and even India used for land registries and multiple informations. And some of the other countries tried votings as well. So basically, they want to make this process in a more transparent manner with their citizens. So when it comes to Dubai and Estonia, put these government funds through blockchain to trace it. So it provides more transparency. A citizen can audit how where the government spending the money and who is spending to whom, and they can trace these things, and it's provide them that it shows that transaction that are happening inside the government in a more transparent way to the customer, the citizens, and they can easily audit and validate this info. And when it comes to voting also, we have so many cases in many countries, like it takes so long to uh, like count these election votes and validate these votes. So when it comes to blockchain, you can put this simply through blockchain, and then you can do these votings, and it has immutable ledger. So then we know that no one can change these votings when they enter it, and only one person can enter one time, and only valid citizens can enter these votes. So it will be make things more easier for them to do it, and baseline for them also trust that they want to improve with these improve with these citizens. And similar like that, we can see any of the industries that we see here, blockchain can be used, and it's used for to improve this trust. So we have educations where certificates can issue through blockchain, which will provide the trust through the certificates for issuer to the receiver, and when someone is verifying those informations. And real estate, we can have trust on transferring this land registry to another person. So it's everywhere we can see that trust part is coming when we are integrating blockchain. So again, like trust is the most important thing in the world. And when you are integrating blockchain, so what you have to do basically is you have to think whether you need to improve this trust in your applications. Specifically, you have to identify what are the ways or what are the areas it's important for you to provide the trust to your customers. So if you have any data applications, you can provide this by providing the ownership, or if you have any application that you're building that you want to make it more transparent process, even in products, you can do it through blockchain. So you need to identify the need exactly as why you want blockchain. So it's basically trust, but you need to know which ways you can improve the trust. So trust can be improved by transparency, providing transparency of the process, or providing transparency over the system transactions or actions, and provide security, provide more ownership, provide the data immutability, verification, anonymity. So different ways you can improve this trust. So what you have to do it is initially you have to identify which of these things can be apply to your industry or apply to your product, and then you can see like which degree you can apply it. So maybe a couple of things you can connect it. So then once you get these things, you can know like, okay, if you connect these things, you can improve the trust. Actually in end product is you are improving the trust, which will actually bring you more customers, or else more revenue, or else more reach, because your product is more trustable than others in the market. So it's a way that you can reinvent your product against your competitors, or else you can reinvent even your industry through your product, because you are more forefront in terms of having trust on your application. So in this current era of the world, People are more driven towards brands which they can trust or products which they can trust and they can rely on. So whatever projects you are doing or products you are doing, you can simply integrate this blockchain because it's very difficult otherwise to build this trust because it takes so years and years to for a brands to build this trust. But now we have this blockchain technology which we can use instantly to improve this trust through either transparency, security, ownership, or data immutability. And once we do these things, we can have a trust. We can gain trust from the customers or clients or people who are using our applications or products, and then we can maintain that trust for long as a sustainable trust. So that is one of the main reasons that blockchain or the main way that blockchain is redefining the way we trust on applications, individuals, or products. So thank you everyone for listening this talk, and I hope you get some idea like how blockchain redefining the way we trust individuals, applications, and products, and how blockchain doing this through improving this trust through transparency, ownership, and security, data immutability, and multiple things. So I hope like when you're integrating your project, so doing a next future projects, you can think and decide like how you can improve this trust through one of these ways and how you can get blockchain to improve it, because in this era, blockchain is the perfect technology that can improve the trust with an untrusted party in a quick time period, which is one of the perfect technology we have to build our products or projects in a more trustworthy products, and which if you have the trustworthy products or trustworthy applications, people don't need to think twice to buy these things or use these things, and they'll use it without in a more carefree and uh, in a more carefree manner. They'll be trying to use it with the accountability that we can provide for them to use it. So that is one of the things that you can provide to your customers. And yeah, you can reach me through LinkedIn by scanning this QR code. You can reach me through LinkedIn, and you can reach me through sharmilan@neftron.com as well. And continue this session, future sessions with CBS, and see like how other talks are going and how you can gain more knowledge from CBS. And later part we'll have startup talks as well. So I'll be do another startup talk about Neftron, how you can use Neftron and improve this trust, and how you can integrate blockchains easily through Neftron. So do stay tuned with us and listen these talks. And thank you for everyone for joining CBS, and hope you're having a good time at CBS. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Sharmilan Somasundaram.
Hi, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Neftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Neftron. Neftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X Technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
Mr. Joshua Ellel is the director of the Center for Distributed Ledger Technologies, and he is a senior lecturer in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Malta, alongside being the chairperson of the Malta Digital Innovation Authority, or MDIA. Blockchain, DLT smart contracts, virtual machines, and IoT are some of his research interests.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joshua Ellel from the Center for Distributed Ledger Technologies at the University of Malta, and also the chairperson of the Malta Digital Innovation Authority. And now we're going to look into why it's important to have multidisciplinary teams when working in blockchain, smart contracts, crypto space in general.
In this talk, we're going to briefly talk about why it's important to have multidisciplinary teams and education to support such teams. Along came ICOs. And the ICO is initial coin offering, which allowed for individuals to raise cryptocurrency for a project that they're going to develop, and providing the various contributors, the investors, some promise of return. And this promise of return was packaged within a token or a coin that they would give back to the investors in exchange for cryptocurrency that the investors would send to the project owners, to the ICO operators. And ICOs became STOs, security token offerings, and initial exchange offerings, and initial decentralized exchange offerings, and so on and so forth, and all different types of crowdfunding and capital raising mechanisms. Now, Alex and Kim come across this ICO promise, this promise that you can raise capital funds in order to build a project by creating an ICO or whatever the funding mechanism of the day is, and they want to build one. But Alex and Kim here don't think that it's much of a big deal. Do we need legal advice? Don't worry. It's like the Wild West. You can do what you want. And a lot of people were saying this during the ICO craze. And if need be, I can review the legal requirements myself. We don't need to pay any lawyers. How are we going to create the ICO? I heard that smart contracts on a blockchain platform are how you create these ICOs. How are we going to do that? And if we have to create this platform, how much money do we need to develop it? Don't worry, there's a kid next door that can do some coding. We'll just help him and give him a few €100. So what price should we set for our token? I don't know, 10 cents for a token or 11 cents? I think 11 has a ring to it. Yeah, let's do 11. You know, this was a lot of the discussion undergoing many crowdfunding mechanisms and platforms and issuers during this craze and even post the craze. And what supply? Unlimited. Let's make as much as possible. Now, is that really a good idea? Well, Alex and Kim seem to know what they're doing, right? And they sit down and they hack it all together by using the kid next door and their own legal and financial advice. And they manage to get this ICO and platform up and running. And you can just wonder how things turned out for Alex and Kim. I mean, especially when serious operators and operations out there had issues. If you look at various tech bugs and hacks that emerged, a particular DAO platform which was proposed resulted in 60 million losses dollars due to a bug. And this is quite a renowned bug which resulted in a fork in a popular blockchain system, Ethereum. And the $30 million Parity wallet breach. So this particular wallet had over $30 million stolen due to a hack. And then an unfortunate sequence of events resulted in even $300 million worth of cryptocurrency being lost forever due to a bug in the same platform. And various applications were exploited by hackers, which lost hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars, whether on centralized exchanges or decentralized lending platforms or smart contracts. The list goes on and on. And is it just code that can have bugs? No. So there are even instances where law can have bugs. So this is a case not related to blockchain and crypto, but this is a case where a single comma resulted in $13 million for a particular party. They lost $13 million because of a comma missing in their contract. And the missing comma in this case would have separated packing for shipment and distribution into distinct activities, both exempt from overtime. But instead, if you look at the contract, they say that overtime is relevant for canning, processing, preserving, freezing, drying, marketing, storing, packing for shipment or distribution. So suddenly it's either or rather than packing for shipment, comma, distribution. And that resulted in $13 million for this particular party, which they lost. So we can even have errors in our contracts. So it's quite pretentious for those without a legal background to believe that they can secure themselves by reviewing contracts and agreements and writing them up themselves as well. But the important thing, especially in this space, because we're talking about financial assets, we're talking about large amounts of money being invested in such operations, make sure that you're legally covered. So over here you can see the SEC sues Kik for conducting allegedly unregistered $100 million ICO in 2017. Kik probably thought, well, it's the Wild West, right? Everyone's saying that you don't have to worry about registering your ICO or your investment operation. So I'm not saying that any of these entities have done wrong, showing you the headlines. Now, even if you're operating in a sound manner, you still might be sued by particular parties you're dealing with. So Cardano Foundation over here was sued by a former research partner. You really need to make sure that you're legally covered. And we shouldn't leave this up to the whim of our own opinion, but we should rely on informed decisions. So Overstock were sued by shareholders over the former CEO's $90 million exit. A SIM swap victim sues a crypto exchange, Bitrex, for $1 million Bitcoin theft. So this individual was the victim of a SIM swap attack. So some individual out there managed to swap SIMs, and this victim decided to sue the exchange. Should the exchange have protected him from this? Who knows? And it's not just about tech and legality issues. It's also about having a sound financial plan. So over here, we have a mining farm which files for bankruptcy and faces eviction in Washington County. What are the reasons behind this? Did they not factor in perhaps the costs associated with mining and the varying costs? So this Dutch crypto exchange, Blockport, is going to attempt a relaunch after bankruptcy caused by failed STO. So apparently they were going to run, and they ran an STO, but they didn't reach the amounts that they wanted to. And this resulted in them declaring bankruptcy. The altcoin platform CoinExchange.io closes for financial reasons. So they don't state that they were hacked or any other reason, just due to financial difficulties. So we really need to make sure that we have a sound financial plan in place. And to do this, we really need to get the right people. We need to get the right technical people who can make sure that we're undertaking the right technical due diligence and implementing systems in a sound manner. We need to get the right financial advice from our financial experts, and similarly, legal advice. So we need to build teams of such different disciplines working together. And these different teams often have problems working together. So there are often communication issues between the different fields of specialization. We often use terms in a different manner. There are different perspectives to looking at the different problems. And sometimes the various different individuals do not understand the problems of the various different professions. And this results in inability to appreciate those other challenges. So this can really cause an operation to be delayed and even potentially not see certain challenges and potential on their say that smart contracts are like legal contracts, but so legal contracts here define a number of different clauses, obligations on individuals, what the various parties involved in the contract are expected to do, and if they fail to do so, individuals do not understand the problems of the various different professions. And this results in inability to appreciate those other challenges. So this can really cause an operation to be delayed and even potentially not see certain challenges and potential solutions because the various individuals are not seeing the wider picture but are focused on their narrow perspective. Let's consider smart contracts that are being used for some bi-party operation. So because it's going to be used in some business operation, so it's probably good advice to have in place some level of contract, whether explicitly or not, because there's a business operation, you want to make sure that as an operator, you're protecting your interests, and similarly, so would the other parties. So we really need to make sure that we have these different angles. And right, a lot of people out there say that smart contracts are like legal contracts, but they automate the execution of the obligations. So legal contracts here define a number of different clauses, obligations on individuals, what the various parties involved in the contract are expected to do, and if they fail to do so, various consequences for not performing obligations are agreed upon. Smart contracts, on the other hand, is really code. And say the truth, smart contract should not have been called smart contract because it has resulted in worldwide confusion in regards to what smart contracts are and their similarity and dissimilarities with actual legal contracts. So really, a smart contract is nothing more than code, than a program, just like a program that you run on your computer, except that it runs on a blockchain. It runs on a distributed ledger technology system, which means that this program will do exactly what it's written to do, and no one can change the program, and whatever the program does will be transparent for everyone to see. So in these types of programs, we can automate certain processes that we have agreed upon outside of the smart contract. So take the scenario, say where myself and yourself, we're opening up a company together, and we decide that whenever we receive funds into the company, from the company, we are both entitled to 50% of the amount which came into the company. And you could write a contract which defined this behavior, and at some point in time, we would have an accountant or our bank or ourselves perform the operation that they will execute the transaction to withdraw funds from our company account and send you 50% and me 50%, right? So we only define what should be done, and there's some separate real world execution of this process to make sure it happens. Now, a smart contract, on the other hand, doesn't define the rules that should be done in the real world. It doesn't say anytime the company receives money, we have a right to 50% each. Instead, a smart contract is a program that does what it's written to. And what it will do in this case, if it's programmed for this case, upon receiving funds into the company's smart contract, it will automatically send you 50% and send me 50%. So they're completely different. One is defining obligations and consequences, and the other one is nothing more than the definition of actions. Now, we could encode legal contracts within our smart contracts. We could encode acceptance, so an acceptance functionality and consent functionality in a smart contract, where a user will press or will initiate an action saying, I consent to how this smart contract works, or I consent to whatever. So we can implement that functionality. But again, it's nothing more than what we could implement on a web-based system. It's just a program that is executing on a decentralized blockchain. And the program will do exactly what the code is written to do, and no one can change that code. That code is available for all to see, and all the data processes is available for everyone to see. So no one can cheat. it's transparent. It'll do exactly what it's written to do. And the two together are probably needed. What happens if there is a bug in a smart contract? It will do exactly what it's written to do, including the bug. So probably when we're using smart contracts, we also want to have a legally binding contract to define what the smart contract should be doing. Perhaps it depends on the use case. So a legal contract is a legally enforceable agreement between two parties. So you can seek legal recourse to make sure that the party does what they're supposed to do through courts and our legal systems. And typically each party promises to do something for the other in exchange for a benefit. So we have our individual, they agree to the contract, and then it's up to the different parties taking place in this particular contract to perform their obligations. And if they don't, you can seek legal recourse. Smart contracts, on the other hand, are computer programs, like I said, which typically enforce the performance of a contract. So when you have more than one individual in a particular smart contract, this program can be seen as the smart contract is enforcing the performance, is enforcing that the actions take place. And typically, they do not require any third parties to ensure that this performance, that this action takes place. So in the case of our company where we each get 50%, someone needs to issue that transaction, to start that transaction. In the case of smart contracts, that action is automated. And in the case of contracts, our legal professionals write our contracts. In the case of smart contracts, our programmers write our smart contracts. And we're now looking at legally binding smart contracts in the world. So first of all, is a smart contract good enough without a legal contract? It depends. Maybe, sometimes yes, sometimes no. And there are various discussions surrounding this. But could there exist some smart contracts that are also legally binding? Yes, there can be. Can law be scripted as code? Well, this is one that is very controversial. But again, yes, some implementations of code could be seen to be legally binding. And obviously, a lot of code is not legally binding, but there could be some which are legally binding. So really what we're looking at is smart contracts that are merging into law, into contracts. And also we can make use of smart contracts to automate the obligations defined within our legal contracts. So we can see that we have a legal contract, and independent of the legal contract, that parties can choose to automate their obligations. So we have our programmer here who are creating our smart contracts and our lawyers who are creating our contracts. And we really are starting to see that these two worlds are merging together to some extent or other. And as we see this, should we have our IT professionals work on the technical aspects on their own and the legal professionals work on the legal aspects? Will we require some hybrid of the two, some hybrid of lawyers and programmers, lawgrammers, or lawyers and developers, law developers to emerge, to be able to write such legally binding smart contracts, and the spectrum between a legal contract and a smart contract and how the two interact together? Or would it make sense to build multi and interdisciplinary teams that are more suitable to work together, who can understand each other and work more closely rather than in isolation? And this isn't just about law and tech, right? When we are talking about business operations and financial assets encoded within these smart contracts, we also need our individuals, our teams, our hybrid, whatever, to have knowledge of the financial underpinnings and the economical aspects of such systems. And who will write your smart contract? So this is an idea that we have been discussing for a while, Professor Gordon Patch and myself, on the lawyer-programmer chimera. So if you look at a chimera, it is a beast made up of disparate animals, typically 3 animals together, it's depicted as. And this is the idea behind the lawyer-programmer financial expert, having these 3 different heads, these 3 different areas of expertise, but being the same individual. So can we produce such individuals from an educational point of view? And a chimera is often seen to be an illusion or impossible to achieve. And we indeed believe that given the expertise required for the various professions, it would take quite a number of years to acquire that varied expertise.
So who will write your smart contracts? So our particular view is that it will be a multidisciplinary team made up of law literate developers and code literate lawyers and business and finance tech savvy professionals together, all forming a single team that will be creating our smart contracts and our blockchain based applications. Now, this is the very reason to bridge the gap between the different professions that at the University of Malta, within the Center for Distributed Ledger Technologies, we developed a multidisciplinary master's in blockchain and DLT. And the idea behind the program is to take in the different professions and allow for them to get an introduction in the field and an introduction to all the disciplines, but then to dig deeper into their area of specialization. So if you were to take the ICT stream, you would have advanced ICT units and introductory units in the other fields. And similarly, if you were to specialize in law, you'd have advanced law units. And if you were to specialize in the business and finance, of course, you'd have advanced business units, but then you would have introductory ICT and law. So for example, you would learn to program smart contracts from scratch. So if you want to reach out in regards to anything, these are my contact details. Thank you.
So thank you for listening to that. I hope that you've come to appreciate why it's very important to get different team players from the tech space, from the legal space, and from the business and finance space, all working together to make sure that the various implementations in blockchain and smart contract and crypto are actually fit for purpose. If you have any questions or you want to reach out in regards to anything that I've discussed here or potentially any other project that may be of mutual interest, please do reach out to me.
Thank you, Mr. Joshua Elo. Dr. Dilum Bandara is a research scientist who has many years of industry and consultancy experience in security, cloud, and data centers, along with performance engineering of fintech, insurance, telco, and enterprise systems. He's particularly interested in distributed systems like blockchain, cloud, and P2P.
Hello everyone, I'm Dilum Bandara, a research scientist at CSIRO's Data 61. For about 3 years, I have been researching on blockchain-based applications, data migration, workloads, and performance. I also work on particularly assessing the architecture and security of supply chain and capital markets related blockchain application. In this talk, my goal is to motivate you why smart contract testing is extremely important. So I will cover a couple of examples to see where things can go wrong, and then talk about where some of the tools that are available at our disposal to make or develop better smart contracts. Lists root causes for various attacks. So we can see that application vulnerabilities and how the server handles the keys were the key reasons for various attacks. And in addition to that, there is a large number of unknown cases where we don't even know what went wrong. Then there are other issues like how we manage infrastructure or how we host our blockchain platform can also lead to various issues. So to guard against these issues, we need to first make sure we develop solid blockchain-based applications and even smart contracts that rely on them, and then also conduct a comprehensive set of tests to ensure the system can achieve the desired security targets. Blockchains aren't standalone systems. They need to interact with various external systems ranging from dApps to clouds to legacy systems and even IoT devices, particularly in supply chain settings. So we need to manage keys, data, privacy, governance of both the blockchains and the things that connect to that blockchain. Thus, when we say we are testing a blockchain-based application, we need to conduct a whole set of assessments like the architecture of the dApp and how does the integration happen, and even scalability, performance, data management, and things like that. And then if you are particularly hosting your own platform, let's say a private blockchain or a consortium blockchain, then again, how you would even govern this whole system matter. Also, you need to check the infrastructure, and if the blockchain platform is fairly new or not industry time tested, then you need to even test like the consensus protocol. So how do we manage the keys? How do we provide the authentication, and even privacy are also various aspects to think about. While this broad evaluation is essential, it is extremely costly and time consuming. And usually even the last phase of testing will be done by a third party to say, this looks good. So however, my talk is centered around smart contract testing, where that will be required whether you use a private blockchain or even a public blockchain. So let me first talk about some of the known issues and vulnerabilities when it comes to smart contracts. So they can be categorized as race conditions, deadlocks, or arithmetic overflow attacks, and like that. So the famous DAO attack, Decentralized Autonomous Organization, where about $50 million worth of Ether was lost, is due to an attack called reentrancy, which I will quickly talk about in the next couple of slides. So then there can also be the more complex versions of reentrancy, where it can happen across multiple functions. And sometimes when you try to overcome reentrancy, or when you don't properly handle your exceptions, you may even end up with deadlocks. And there can also be other forms of denial of service attacks, like you don't handle exceptions properly. So after that, you can never execute a smart contract. So whenever you send a transaction, it gets still fail. And you have to also work around, let's say, the block gas limit, transaction gas limit, or the block size. Then arithmetic overflows and underflows are very common, particularly when you deal with cryptos and tokens, or whenever you do any mathematical operations. And there can also be other issues like transaction order dependencies, for example, something like front running. While the transactions are pending in the transaction pools, attackers could observe what are those transactions, and then they could issue other transactions with a much higher transaction fee, that those transactions get executed before some of the pending transactions. And it is not a good practice to design your logic such that you try to do certain things at a certain time or a certain block number, because those can be attacked by gaming the system in certain ways. So access control is extremely important. So for an example, if you don't properly set the owner of a smart contract, anyone can come and self-destruct that smart contract. And there can also be language specific issues. For example, let's say if you talk about solidity, like you need to set the owner as the initialization. So otherwise anyone else can call pretty much any function, or at least the self-destruct function. And you need to be aware of the differentiated functions, particularly when you use different versions of solidity. Then again, there are very specific issues like short address attack in EVM, call depth. So these are again applicable to different versions of solidity. So here's a function to transfer crypto from a smart contract to a given address as address 2. So we are trying to transfer this value. So what we do is first we make sure the sender has enough money, and then we deduct that money, the value from the sender, and try to credit that into the given address 2. Now in this case, we may have a problem with this balance of address 2, because when you add this value, it may overflow. But it is not a problem for the message sender, because before we deduct that amount, we went and checked whether there's enough money. So that will always guarantee that it won't be underflowing. But there is an issue here where it can overflow. So how do we fix this? Is where we need to make sure we check for both the sender's account, change to the sender's account and change to the recipient's account. So we not only check the balance of the message sender, but we also make sure the balance of the recipient, given the current balance plus whatever we are going to transfer as the value, when you add them up, it is still higher than the balance of 2, so it doesn't overflow. Or another way of doing this would be, if it is like Solidity, use a library like Safe Math, because then you can make sure you like whatever arithmetic operations, not only a plus equal, so we can do plus plus, increment, decrement, or even bit shift operations, where you may try to do those things to save gas, then we have to be extremely careful. So this is an example of reentrancy within a single function. So we have this function called the withdraw balance that someone can call to withdraw the money that they already that the contract is holding on behalf of them. So what we do here is we look at the user's balance, the message.sender's balance, and we try to send that using the message.sender call.value. So this will call the fallback function on the message.sender. But message.sender is another smart contract or an address, but in this case, this is interesting when it is a smart contract. And we don't have any idea what this fallback function does. So for what happens is we are calling from with this withdraw balance function to value. And this value may end up even calling this withdrawal function again, because we don't know what is happening. Now, the problem here is while we wait for this function to complete, we are seeing another call to our withdraw balance. Now, when you come here, you still have a balance, so you can withdraw that again. And you could actually do this again and again. So this is what really happens in the DAO attack, where the attackers were able to initiate multiple withdrawal before you really complete this and then proceed further, where you make sure the balance is set to 0. By the time you set to 0, you are already committed to multiple withdrawals. So the message sender can withdraw multiple times. So how do we fix this is, in this case, it's a simple fix. We need to make sure we set the balance to 0 before we make this call. Because even if they come back and call your withdrawal function, there's nothing to be withdrawn here. So here's an example where reentrancy can happen across two functions. So we have our transfer function and withdrawal functions from earlier. And let's assume the transfer function is fixed using, let's say, a safe library so that it doesn't overflow, underflow, but we still have our withdrawal function as it is. So when you call the withdrawal function, you take the amount of money that is already attached to that particular sender, and then try to make this delegated call to refund that, send that money. So in this case, once the withdrawal balance call the value can of course call the withdrawal function again. But in this example, you can even call the transfer function, because when you call the transfer function, you still have a balance because balance has not been cleared or set to 0. So in this case, you could either withdraw again and again, or you could even transfer again and again before you return from this particular function. Again, how you fix it is we need to move this line above this message sender call.value. Here's another example where we fix the withdrawal by making sure that before we send any crypto, that we set the balance to 0. So that function is fixed. And then here we have another function called the get first withdrawal bonus. So this is like, let's say in this particular smart contract, the very first time that you're going to withdraw, we are going to give you 100 additional tokens. The caller can call get first withdrawal bonus. And as far as you have not claimed the bonus, you get this additional 100 tokens. So that is added to your balance, and then you call the withdrawal. So which is the same function, which will take the amount, set that to 0, and try to send that to the recipient. But in this case, the recipient can still call if the recipient call the withdrawal function again, not a problem, because the amount has been set to 0. But in this case, recipient can still call the get first withdrawal bonus, because it just check whether the bonus has not been already issued, which we said here at the end of this function only after we send the withdrawal. Again, of course, you can fix this by moving this last statement before you call the withdrawal. But the point here is sometimes you may see, okay, on this particular function, I fix the issue, but the two functions together can lead to a new issue that you do not anticipate. So let's talk about what we can do about this and what are the tools that are available in this space to make sure we write better code. So the first thing is make sure you write good code using these best practices. Like if your smart contract does not really need to have external calls, try to do not use them at all. They are costly and they're going to lead to issues. If you really want to use them, and make sure you finish all their internal work like setting the balances to 0, making sure that the first withdrawal has been done. So mark that properly before you make any external calls. And another thing that you can try to do is make them pull the money from the smart contract rather than push it. Because if they make a call to pull the money, you're working from the sender's context, not the smart contract's context. And then again, try to use functions like send rather than call.value, because that leads to the fallback function, which can do anything. Whereas something like the send has a fixed gas limit, at least the EVM will ensure it only thing it can do is it can receive ether, nothing else. So of course, you have to use good programming practices like make sure you set the visibility of the variables and functions properly. We handle exceptions properly like that. Another thing in this space is it's extremely important that we use well-tested code. Let's say if you want to handle tokens, use ERC20, 721, or there are a few others, rather than reinventing your wheel. And other thing is, as we discussed, make sure you use libraries to prevent overflow and underflow. And another thing that is important is make sure your smart contracts are upgradable. So how do you do that? Is one thing is do not hard code the addresses into your smart contracts. Other thing is rely on patterns like proxies and smart contract registries, where authorized accounts can go and update them. Try to avoid multi-party contracts. Of course, that is one of the big things about blockchains, smart contracts. But always remember, one party may not show up or they may lose their private key. So that can lead to a disaster. So rate limiting is another thing that you can do. At least that will give you some time to react when someone is initiating an attack on a system, where you limit the amount of tokens or crypto that they can transfer from an account within a certain time frame. So that will give you time. Then when it comes to tool-based testing, we could broadly classify them as static testing and dynamic testing. So perhaps most of you are familiar with dynamic testing, where we run the smart contract or we run a program and test its behavior. So if you have access to the program and its internal detail, we call that white box testing. Whereas if you only have the interfaces to interact with that, so your testing is a little bit limited. So that is what we call the black box testing. So let's say if you only have the ABI, you may be able to do only the black box testing. Whereas if you also have the source code, you can do white box testing. But in this space, something that is very popular is static testing, where you look at the source code, either the source code or the binary code, the byte code of that, to detect various issues. So code smells tells us about where things can usually go wrong, where the code is likely to be bad. So here a set of authors look at like 300 plus publicly available smart contracts and kind of identify this is like a checklist of 20 things that you should look for because they are very common. So unchecked external calls, where you make external calls but you don't do proper validation. So you need to be careful about them. Then make sure you have conservation of your crypto. So whatever the balance that you have before initiating a transaction and after initiating a transaction, the conservation of crypto or money, let's say, need to be there. And then you could also look at things like unused statements that may be in your smart contract, but you may not be using, but someone may be able to exploit them. And then of course, re-entrancy. And the use of depreciated APIs or certain function calls and things like that are not designed or that should not be considered, no longer considered to be secure. So this is like a checklist that you can use for manual testing. So let's talk about tools. So in this table, We are seeing a large set of tools that are available to check Ethereum-based smart contracts, mostly Solidity. So the rows are different tools, and different groups of columns like tell us like what are the focus of those tools and how do they work. So whether they focus on security, whether they focus on various formal guarantees, and whether you test it based on the bytecode or the source code, and whether the tools are based on static analysis and dynamic analysis. So if you look at this one, here you can see large set of tools are designed for static analysis, and the support for dynamic analysis is quite low, at least at this point. And the next two set of columns talk about various techniques that these tools use to detect these issues. Here's another table from the same paper where our authors list tools that are specifically designed for security testing of Ethereum smart contracts. So again, the rows are the different tools, and you would see even Remix ID is there, and that has a pretty good coverage against various types of potential attacks like reentrancy, unchecked calls, and the possibility to call self-destruct functions or even the use of depreciated functions. But something to be aware, not just Remix and any tool, while the coverage may be high, accuracy in terms of false positives and false negatives may not be very good. Actually, it's not good in most of these tools because they are still in the early stage. They are evolving. So it's important that you, whenever you use these tools, even try to use of 2 or 3 tools is a good idea. And in addition to that, you have to always supplement this with manual testing. Then you have a much better understanding of where your smart contract stands. Then another thing to remember is support for other smart contract languages like, let's say, JavaScript, Java, Go, or DAML is very much limited. Because most of the tools just target the Ethereum platform and even Solidity within Ethereum. When you think about even, let's say, using a private blockchain or a consortium blockchain, you should also think about like how well can I test my smart contracts. And today, most of the platforms, even private and consortium blockchains like Hyperledger or even the VMware ones, they tend to support other languages, and particularly there's good support for EVM. So that's something to think about. And again, if you think a little bit further, WebAssembly seems to be the preferred language, and most blockchain platforms are interested in supporting WebAssembly as the binary code. So hopefully we will be able to benefit from large set of tools that are emerging already there in the WebAssembly space. So to summarize, we really need to make sure we take smart contract development seriously and also test them thoroughly. Because we may not even anticipate certain issues today, but due to certain changes into your overall architecture or even the blockchain platform, new issues may arise in the future. So because of that, make sure your smart contracts are also upgradable, of course, under whatever the governance model. And while the support for static testing tools are what we have today, one good thing is most of those are open source. So hopefully we will see more dynamic tools. Ideally, we need to do both, supplemented by certain level of manual testing as well. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to discuss, not just testing, or generally anything around blockchain even. So please feel free to reach me using my email or LinkedIn.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dilum Bandara.
Hi, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Niftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Niftron. Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X Technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
Next up, we have Mr. Srinivas Mahankali, who is a lead consultant for blockchain and emerging technologies at the Government of India. He is also the inaugural program director of India's first university certified part-time postgraduate program in blockchain technology by Amity University. He has mentored students around the world about blockchain alongside writing many books on this topic.
Thank you, Sharmilan, and the organizers of Colombo Blockchain Summit 2020. So I am extremely delighted to take part in this and talk a little bit about whatever I know about blockchain. I've been involved in this blockchain ecosystem for the past 3 years, and I've been extensively into permission blockchain applications, playing my role in the Indian government's strategy and also implementation of blockchains across various departments. So we are exploring various POCs and pilots with various departments across ministries in central and state government of India. So I think I've been closely following the developments of blockchain in Sri Lanka also in the past few years. Of course, since there have been extensive developments in the blockchain ecosystem in Sri Lanka and their participation in the cryptocurrency ecosystem, apart from a little bit about enterprise blockchain ecosystem that I know of. So I will be focusing more on the entire enterprise and government blockchain application space in the short time that is allotted to me. And Sri Lanka is one of my favorite countries. I have been there a number of times, and I explored Sri Lanka's natural beauty. I have visited some organizations, some government departments in Sri Lanka in the past, and I'm extremely impressed by the country, its natural beauty, and even the professionalism, the educated people, the entire the skill development approach that the government has put in place, and the way government proactively encourages business people, startups, and entrepreneurs. I would like to just throw a little bit light on what I know as the strengths of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has got excellent leadership, progressive and dynamic. They have been very decisive in their approaches, and they have led to all-round development of Sri Lanka across, whether it is infrastructure, tourism, developing educational system, skill development, or the extracting the full glory of the natural resources that Sri Lanka possesses. Sri Lanka has got is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. I would call it the God's own continent, because the God's own country has been, given to one of the states of India, that's Kerala. In many ways, Sri Lanka also looks like Kerala for a lot of the Indians when we travel there. So globally recognized products across categories. Sri Lanka is very rich in natural products, whether it is spices, precious stones, or whether it is rubber, or anything, coconuts, or a number of unique products, or whether it is connected with seafood. The number of natural resources are bountiful in Sri Lanka, and Sri Lankan population does a fantastic job of creating high value added products which are attributable to Sri Lanka as a country. And another important thing, I've been extremely impressed about Sri Lanka. Whenever I travel there, it's amazing educational system. You'll find representation of almost all leading global colleges out there, which do take in Sri Lankan students and expose them to the best of education. The skill development system is one of the best. I've never seen such a thing anywhere in the world, because every citizen of Sri Lanka gets access to very, very high quality and certified skill development course that will enable them to lead their lives, without any dependence on other, from the age of 20, because they are skilled in some activity or the other, and so they become so professionally certified that will continue to earn them throughout their life, and they can become better and better, at their own skills and acquire more skills. So the certification system of Sri Lanka, I think, should be copied by most of the other countries in the world, which have plethora of multitude disjointed schemes which are not connected or implemented in a proper way. Sri Lanka has got, I would say, everyone I've come across in Sri Lanka are very well educated. They have fantastic views. They have they respect others very well. Anybody from any other country, they enjoy life to the fullest, and they are very highly skilled in whatever they do, whether it is plumbing, or whether it is electrician, or whether it is just driving, using a screwdriver to do some sort of carpentry. They're so skilled that you can pay a lot to them, and this sort of dignity of labor you don't find in any other country in the world. Apart from giving them, skilled education, possibilities, certification, and giving them opportunities to live by employing their skills. And Sri Lanka is extremely well located. It is, it's a gateway to the west from the east, and to the east from the west. If you want to go from by ships, from Singapore to Africa, anywhere you can, Sri Lanka, you can, possess this fantastic harbors, a lot of well-developed harbors, and port ecosystem is there. So a lot of sea trade and possibilities exist for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka plays a major role in cross-border trade across the globe. It's so well located. I think the government has been doing a lot of, taking a lot of steps to improve, Sri Lanka's role in the global trade. and develop Sri Lanka as a country. So I've seen these efforts going on, and Sri Lanka is, blockchain is one technology that could be a God's gift to Sri Lanka to play a big role and extract the full value of its entire all the strengths, whether it's natural resources, location, positioning, skill, and very well educated manpower. Because blockchain actually offers trust, tremendous trust. It's like an application or a machine acting, offering acting as a trusted third party, so that we don't have to depend anymore on huge set of middlemen who have been always playing the role of trust anchors in our system. Whenever you interact with any third parties, you require some mechanism wherein which offers the trust for a charge, of course, and the charge could be immense, and you end up trusting with immensely somebody, and that somebody could also play around with the trust. Of course, if it is government, it is fine, but if there are all third parties, private parties, individuals, with whom you are doing some commercial dealings, if the more you trust, the more they have the advantage of taking advantage of you, and not only charging you but also using your information that you provide to them can be misused. It could be lost by them to somebody else. So blockchain then offers a phenomenal platform to provide a trust as a service. At the same time, you can verify whatever the transactions that are stored on the blockchain. They're immutably stored, and then they can be verified, so that even untrustworthy participants with whom you never dealt, you can depend on a blockchain-based ecosystem and conduct safe and secure transactions. And since it is totally automated and does not depend on individuals, then you can scale it up like anything, and the charge also could be less as the scale goes up. So blockchain acts as a trusted third party and offers a verifiable trust. So always, whenever we trust a lot, we may not have much recourse to verify, but in a blockchain ecosystem, the transactions and their hashes and are immutably recorded, so that they can be verified at any point of time in instant manner. So that offers a tremendous benefit to us to conduct transactions at a scale, and also prove the provenance of our products from the time they are manufactured or originated till the time they reach the final customer. And you can easily and irrevocably and prove the ownership of citizen assets. For example, land records, once they're registered on the blockchain, and they, as they keep on getting traded, and ownership keeps changing across citizens, then you can continuously verify whether the land you are trying to purchase or you are assessed for a loan or whatever based on the asset value. You can verify whether it is on the spot, whether it is whether it's owned by or belonging to the particular citizen or organization who was presented the credentials. So this sort of foolproof verification in almost real time, offers phenomenal benefits, as it lowers a lot of cost. All of us are aware, as the trust in the system goes up, the cost of doing transactions comes down a lot, because you don't have to pay to a lot of trust anchors who are charging sometimes phenomenally much more money than what they deserve. So this sort of elimination of middlemen who are not adding value can immensely benefit the products and services that are originating from Sri Lanka. Some things that come to my mind are the immense valued products in Ayurveda. And so I feel there are a number of applications of blockchain that can add immense value to the citizens, and help a government enormously in all its e-government applications, as it delivers various products and services to citizens in a seamless manner. So in this era of complete digitization, digital transformation, and digitalization, the lives of more and more of our citizens are moving on to the net, and it is important for us to have a safe and secure approach to interacting over the web, and also to deliver the services in a seamless and secure manner. So blockchain can offer through blockchain, Sri Lanka government can offer unique digital identities to to all its citizens, because Sri Lanka has always been plagued with a lot of terrorist related issues, and that has caused the country a lot. But now, if by offering verifiable and digital identities that can also be linked to the various credentials of the citizens, Sri Lanka can eliminate this problem of being victim of all these various terrorist activities of unauthorized individuals. So Sri Lanka can also offer its unique products, like whether it is just starting from coconut itself, or whether it is spices, whether it is rubber, whether it is textiles, or whether it is precious stone related products, which capture the imagination of population across the world. It can identify them uniquely, and wherever you buy in the world, it could be possible through blockchain to trace their origin and authenticity as a product that is coming from the Sri Lanka itself. So Sri Lanka also, since it offers very high quality education and also skill training to all its citizens, which is certified, it can enable through blockchain to so that all these people can have verifiable credentials, which can be instantly verified by the national blockchain ecosystem. So this is another great advantage that all the citizens can have wherever they are in the world, if they're able to be authenticated by blockchain platform to possess the skills and educational certificates that they acquire. So then with blockchain, since Sri Lanka is very, very highly rich in terms of assets and natural assets, a lot of citizens also have their properties as well as lands. A blockchain-based land registry can help them to own in a very, very peaceful and authenticated manner with high peace of mind. And people who purchase land also can instantly verify it that the owner of the land which they are purchasing from is indeed also the same who is recorded in the government records. And Sri Lanka also, since it is playing a huge role in global trade and transportation, being a big hub that connects the east and west through the sea, blockchain can simplify a lot of processes, and eliminate a lot of unnecessary documentation that also not only takes time being exchanged, but also induces a lot of cost and potential for errors. So Sri Lanka can eliminate all these various inefficiencies and paperwork, etc., and instantly enable the entire port and project management ecosystem to eliminate wasteful expenditure and carry out activities in a very fast and efficient manner. So I feel Sri Lanka can leverage blockchain to a great extent, and there are a number of ways in which these are only the few of the very, very top prioritized cases that can bring instant benefit to Sri Lanka as a country. But many more could be leveraged. I'm sure there are a number of organizations in Sri Lanka who are seriously working at it and enabling Sri Lanka to leapfrog in terms of emerging technologies. And it could well be another Singapore, and it could really play its part, the God's own continent, and be a big powerhouse for emerging technologies in the future. I wish Sri Lanka all the best, and I once again thank Colombo Blockchain Summit for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I'm ready to play my part in whatever way and help the ecosystem, the government, all the professionals. And I'm giving here my contact details for the email, mss.srinivasmahankali.com. I got a website where I list a lot of work, and also, in future would like to load a lot of educational resources across emerging technologies. And anyone can also get in touch with me through LinkedIn. I thank also Sharmilan for inviting me to this, amazing platform. And I wish his company also all the best to play a great role in blockchain ecosystem in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivas Mahankali. That was indeed a very interesting speech.
Mr. Chim Himudumage is the co-founder and CEO of Fidance Technologies and has over 20 years of experience in software development, design, delivery on a wide range of technologies and business domains. Mr. Himudumage is a technology entrepreneur and an engineer who is an expert in blockchain, mobile platforms, and related technologies.
Hi, I'm Chim Himudumage from Fidance Technologies. Today, I'd like to present a new form of authentication for digital identities. A bit of background, identities issued by enterprises like Google, Facebook, and Twitter are widely used to log into other platforms such as GitHub, Airbnb, or Instagram. These are called social login schemes since they're based on social networks, and identity enterprises which provide identities are called authentication providers, and applications which use this service are called relying partners. This mode of authentication is widely popular due to convenience it gives to both end users and the platform developers. For instance, end users, they have to create one set of username and password and could log into multiple different platforms. They have to only remember one set of credentials. And for them to register with new platforms, the effort is minimum. They could use the already created identity, and just with a couple of clicks, they could register or enroll with new platforms. Once an end user log into a platform using this kind of an identity, they could keep logged in for that platform for a prolonged period of time. So if you look at the platform builders, for them, the user management features are available out of the box through these identity providers, and the onboarding new users to their platform is quite easy. There's no barrier. The barrier to enroll could be eliminated using this technology. But this convenience for users and platform builders comes at a cost. So these enterprises which issue these identities could restrict and revoke access to third-party services on their own. They could just do it if they wish, because identity is owned and controlled by these enterprises. Secondly, the usage of different services by end users can be correlated, since they see that what different websites a particular user would be using, for how long they are using, and information like that can be identified by the enterprise who has issued the identity. So, and at the same time, these identity providers usually have reasonable amount of personal data with them. So ultimately what happens is they mix all this information and sell such information to third parties for target marketing and for various other reasons to earn money. So ultimately what happens is you enjoy the convenience, but at the same time you are compromising your privacy for this convenience. What we are looking at is enjoy the same convenience as you are using social login schemes, but have the full control of your digital identity, and at the same time not to compromise any of your personal data while enjoying this convenience. The technology behind this is called DID-SIOP, decentralized identity, with self-issued OpenID Connect provider. So what ultimately this does is basically it make these the identity providers irrelevant or not necessary to log into third parties. The role of these identity providers will be replaced by the individual himself. So everything involved with this process is under the control of the end user, the individual user. So there's no information compromise. Again, if I reiterate, DID-SIOP make the end user the identity provider by eliminating Google, Facebook kind of enterprises. Since it is the same user who's proving his identity, the reliability and the credibility become a problem. But the new thing about this is basically these things are achieved with decentralized identities, and cryptographic signatures. Yeah. So before we go into the details and see how exactly this works, I would like to establish kind of working definitions for certain technology concepts. I emphasize the fact that these are working, I mean, definitions used to explain this particular scenario. So namely, we are looking at decentralized ledger technology and decentralized identities and cryptography-based authentication, how it works, and OpenID Connect. I'm pretty sure you all are well aware of this, but just to run through that, just to explain what it is. And finally, self-issued OpenID Connect providers, what's its role and where it's coming from. Yeah, so I would like to take one at a time and define some sort of a working definition just to explain the concept of DIDs IOP. I would like to establish that first. Yeah, let's start with decentralized ledgers and distributed ledgers and identities. So blockchains are capable of maintaining transactions in a ledger securely and reliably without having authoritative party curating it. So no one controls it, but still we can rely on the ledger. That's what the blockchain is, or the decentralized ledger technologies. So if a user has created, I mean, make a transaction to the ledger, that transaction cannot be changed. At the same time, the owner who made the transaction also remains the same. So what we are doing here is we are making a transaction with the decentralized ledger and use that transaction as the identity of the user in a very, very high level terms. So when this transaction is done on a ledger which things cannot be changed, so this identity become eternal and it will be there forever. And at the same time, the owner of that identity always will be the person who created it. No one can go ahead and alter this. So this is in a very high level, we could define decentralized identity in those terms. When you're working with decentralized identities, there's an important document called DID document, which has all the metadata related to the decentralized identity in it. It could be stored on a decentralized ledger or even elsewhere. But the value of this is decentralized DID document has all the necessary data, all the required data about a particular identity to consume by anyone out there in the world. So these are called DID documents, which will be used in the process of DID SIOP. Then we would like to see how the cryptography-based authentication works. Just to explain this, how the authentication would be, user could be authenticated. Let's take a simple example. If a piece of information, say a JSON object or something like that, to start this, user A would create the hash of this the piece of information, and then he would encrypt that hash with his private key. If it is user A would encrypt it with his private key. So this produces a signature for the information that you initiated. So there's a signature for that. So then when user B wants to authenticate user A, that is to say that it is the user A who claimed to be user A is the exact user A. So then what user B has to do is he has to take the exact same information and of course create the hash, and then he could then what he has to do is he has to take the signature and decrypt the signature with the user A's public key. So once the signature is decrypted, what you get is a decrypted hash or the hash of the information. If these two hashes are matching, that means the user has been authenticated. The user who claimed to say it's user A actually has the private key for the user A, and this gives a guarantee that it is exactly the user here who's claiming to be user A. So if this process matches, I mean these two hashes are matching, then that means user can be authenticated. Yeah, that's how the authentication works using cryptography. OpenID Connect, this is open standard to authenticate users. This allows to use existing digital identities to authenticate users for other websites, other platforms. So this is the specification and the protocol which which runs all these identity providers like Google to Facebook. All of them are relying on this open standard to do this authentication for third parties. So identity provider could basically authenticate a user on behalf of a third party and confidently say this user is the user that he is claiming to be. For instance, if a user trying to log into bookings.com with Facebook, the Facebook becomes the identity provider and bookings.com would be the relying party that needs to log users in. Finally, we would like to see the self-issued OpenID Connect provider. This is actually part of the OpenID Connect specification, which is done by OpenID Foundation. So the chapter 7, they explain how an individual could become the identity provider or mimic the functionality of other identity providers like Facebook, Google, or any other identity provider. So what does this mean? Basically, this means that individuals could mimic the identity provider functionality or the behavior, and it is part of the standard. So it has been recognized as a possible way of doing it. I mean, most importantly, we could ignore or avoid third-party identity providers like Google and Facebook. So if you are doing this, if you are using yourself as an identity provider, basically you don't have to compromise your privacy or personal data with any external party or be restricted or control your identity, let your identity be controlled by anyone else. So in a nutshell, what DID SIOP does is it makes the end user himself the identity provider. So since we have a clear understanding of what DID SIOP and the previous technologies, the technology concepts, let's see how exactly the DID SIOP works, or how exactly a user could become the identity provider. The process starts with a relying party platform that need to log users into the platform, creating a JWT token or an authentication request and sign it by his private key. So for this to happen, we have to use a DID document that we explained earlier and an identity created on a decentralized ledger. And of course, the cryptography-based authentication. So he has to sign in something with his private key. So when a user when a user tries to log in to the relying party application, basically it starts navigating towards a particular URL. So this URL has this JWT token of the RP, the authentication request JWT, as part of the URL. So once the user starts navigating, the DID SIOP extension come into the picture. So DID SIOP extension is the software module which implements identity provider functionality. So it intercepts this request, and first thing it does is it asks the end user whether he really wants to log into this platform. So user could accept it or reject it. If he accepts it, then the self-issued OpenID Connect provider functionality start to kick off. So now the OpenID Connect provider, self-issued OpenID Connect provider software module or the extension, first of all validate whether the authentication request created by the RP is a valid one, whether it has all the required structure, and if it has, then it basically verifies. So meaning it will be verify the signature of the JWT token is valid as in is actually made by the RP himself using his private key. So there are this cryptography again come into the picture, and in order to verify whether the signature created by RP is the exact one. So if it get validated and if it get verified, meaning they have a good authentication request, now the authentication provider try to respond to this request. So as a response, what it does is it again generates the JWT token. This is the authentication response, and again he signed that JWT token with his private key. The JWT token created here is basically an ID token. ID token is a standard entity which is produced in OpenID Connect environment. So that's where the OpenID Connect specification comes into the picture. Even the SIOP-DID or the identity provider, self-issued identity provider, creates a data object which is 100% fully compliant with OpenID Connect ID token structure. So he created that structure and he signed it with his private key, and then he hands it over to the relying party back as part of the URL of the response. So when the now the identity provider has confirmed the user, who this user is. So the relying party will receive this JWT token. Again, it will validate it first, and then it will verify whether it has been actually signed by the end user who's really trying to log into the relying party platform. So if this verification succeeds, then that means he has an authenticated user arrived at his portal, so he could let him use the restricted resources. You can see that again the cryptography authentication based on cryptography come into the picture, and at the same time business ledger and business identities are used. So this is how then individual could become an identity provider while complying OpenID Connect and self-issued OpenID Connect provider protocols with the required credibility and reliability. Yeah, if you are interested in this technology, I would highly recommend you to follow these two specifications. One is the OpenID Connect Core specification by OpenID Foundation, especially the chapter 7 of this specification, which explains how the self-issued OpenID Connect provider should work or behave. And the second specification is the self-issued OpenID Connect provider DID profile specification by Decentralized Identity Foundation. So these two specifications are key to this technology implementation, and I would highly recommend to follow these as part of your investigation. If you are interested in this technology, you can find the source code for this implementation at Radical Ledger GitHub account. If you are a developer and would like to integrate this feature into your web application or platform you are building, you could find the necessary libraries on NPM and as JS delivery for browser and node environments. And if you are just a user who would like to try this out, you could download the browser extension and install it to your browser. These extensions are available on the relevant marketplaces. You can start using them, download them and using them straight away. Further, there's a demo application available at rp.didsiop.org. You can give it a try by installing the browser extension and try out this simple sample application. Last but not least, all this information can be found at didsiop.org, kind of umbrella website to necessary videos and supporting documents and different presentations and things like that around DID-SIOP. Hope you all learned something new or understood something better than you were earlier. If you are interested in this technology or like to know more about it, feel free to reach me at chim@fidesz.com. And thank you very much for participating in this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chim Himiduluke.
Hi, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Neftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Niftron. Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X Technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
Mr. Tyler Vanderhoven is the front-end engineer who is skilled in web design, management, and leadership. He is also an ecosystem evangelist at Stellar, which is one of the top blockchains for microtransaction-based applications.
Hello, friends. My name is Tyler Vanderhoeven. I'm the ecosystem evangelist here at the Stellar Development Foundation. Thanks for inviting me to this conference. I'm super excited to present. I'm, like I mentioned, the ecosystem evangelist at the Stellar Development Foundation. I spend a lot of time in the ecosystem, talking to different developers working on our platform. And today I'm excited to present a little bit about Stellar itself, as well as some technology that we're building on top of it to make it easier and more intuitive and powerful to build particularly decentralized applications or DeFi products on top of Stellar. I'm just going to start sharing my screen. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Stellar. Stellar is an open network for storing and moving money. It is a blockchain, but it's one that's custom built, fine-tuned for value transfer, and I would argue interoperable value transfer. So we're attempting to build a network, a software platform upon which enterprises and companies and individuals can store and move value, oftentimes money. So banks and institutions will issue different fiat currencies, as well as stocks and bonds and different ETFs, and anything that really has value that needs to be transferred and traded with others in the market, whether that be your neighbor or someone across the globe. We're building a network and powerful to close. So you can get your money or your value, your assets from point A to point B very quickly and very cheaply as well. Because the network is designed particularly for asset value transfer and not much else, it allows you to move things very, very quickly and very, very cheaply, which is in contrast to a lot of different blockchains which allow you to perhaps do much more, but at the cost of speed and cost effectiveness. So we're really aiming at money and asset transfer. So you can go to stellar.org to read up on all the things that Stellar offers, the different companies that are already building on top of Stellar, and begin to explore our ecosystem, tools, and developer ecosystem, documentation, and get a feel for what it is we're doing and how you can get involved. There is one thing, though, that over the past year I've really been focusing on and spending a lot of time working towards, and that is sort of this feature parity between what Stellar offers and other blockchains, which are Turing-complete blockchains like Ethereum offer. Ethereum comes with several disadvantages because it is Turing-complete, and Stellar is not at all Turing-complete. It has a very limited number of operations that you can use, which again offers us the ability to do things very quickly and very cheaply. But that comes at a cost of having to do those Turing-complete operations, computations off-chain somewhere else, typically in your own infrastructure, so your own servers. This is fine for most use cases, but the idea of DeFi and decentralized computation is a very popular one, and it's one that's growing. And I believe something that we need to be looking at as an organization and really as a network. How do we build for something like this? How would we accomplish some of these tasks that Ethereum offers on Stellar? And that's where we come to the meat of the talk today, and that is smart contracts built on top of Stellar, or really built alongside Stellar. So I've been developing in Stellar. You've got these Stellar ecosystem proposals, much like ERC in Ethereum. You've got SEPs in Stellar. And so this would be an SEP, a Stellar ecosystem proposal, a SEP that I'm building, and with a team of ecosystem participants to try and come up with a solution by which we have Turing-complete smart contracts that run alongside Stellar. So it doesn't run on Stellar in the sense of it's not going to slow down the network or take up computational power that's dedicated at this point towards ratifying changes to the blockchain and value transfer. It's still going to be off-chain in a separate service, but it will run in a decentralized way. So kind of like a side chain, but specifically focused on Turing-complete computation, which arrives at a transaction, a Stellar transaction, which can be executed. Within Stellar, the way that you actually get a transaction onto the network is you have a set of instructions, which is comprised of different operations, whether those are payments or creating accounts or doing path payments or different types of things, asset creation, things like that. You create all those into an XDR, and then you execute them on the blockchain after signing them. That's where the cryptography part of it comes in. You've got all of these signatures, either from 1 or up to 20 different signatures, depending on the accounts or the source accounts are created in question inside the transaction operations. You've got to get some signatures. And so that's what this proposal is utilizing, is this multi-sig nature. This is a very confusing diagram, so we won't spend much time on this. Really, all we're trying to do is essentially give account ownership over to someone else without giving them complete unrestrained ownership, right? So let's take the example of a recurring revenue model where I've got to get recurring revenue paid out to a particular company. Maybe Netflix or something is signed up on with Stellar, and all their users are paying them monthly. how do we get those payments to go out every single month without Netflix having ownership over my account? That's one of the reasons DeFi is so important and interesting, is it allows companies and individuals to run in a non-custodial way. So they provide services without having ownership over accounts. And that provides a lot of legal insulation from having to manage and control funds for a user. It's essentially why you use Stripe instead of running your own credit card processing company alongside your other company. You want that insulation. You don't want to deal with those things. You want to hand over that liability to a company like Stripe. With Stellar, there's a similar, or with Turing signing servers, which is what this proposal is called. There's that same incentive of how do we hand over the liability off of myself. I don't want to hold funds. I don't want to hold ownership of accounts, but I still need to use those accounts. Somehow I need to be able to perform actions on an account, but only such that are permitted by the account owner, the user. So in the case of a recurring revenue model, I need my user to be able to interact with their own account, and I don't have ownership over it, but every month I have permission to make a withdrawal of a certain amount, but only once per month. So we'll say $100 to pull out of their account every month. Well, we can create there's really only one way to do this right now, and that would be to have ownership over the account, and that user has to trust me that I'm only going to do it once a month, or for them to every month create a transaction to pay me $100, but then they have to sign it. And this is a weird flow. Like if Netflix every time sent you an email said, hey, can you pay us again? It's nice to not have to worry about that, to have these payments be automatic without having any interaction on my part, but they're only permitted to make that withdrawal of 100 every month. And nothing else. So they don't have full account ownership. They have specific account usage permissions. So really that's all we're trying to do, is give account usage over to some third party in a decentralized way. And so the way that we accomplish this with Stellar is actually to figure out a way to get signing permissions of an account through third parties, these Turing signing servers. And this happens through the smart contract, where you have a transaction function creator. In this case, in our example, this would be Netflix. They would create a contract, which is the monthly payment contract that says every month I'm allowed to take 100 lumens from any account that's added these signers to their account. So I create this contract, I upload it to a Turing signing server. They say, cool, here's a signing key. That signing key comes back, and we add those 3 keys. If we upload it to 3 Turing signing servers, we upload those keys. Those keys are given to the transaction function creator, and then those are passed on to the controlled account, which would be your user account in the Netflix example. And they would add those 3 keys to their account in an M of N scenario, so maybe 2 of 3. So 2 of these Turing signing servers would need to sign off to be able to create a valid transaction. But the only transaction they're actually going to sign for, the only transaction they're actually going to create for this account is the one that the contract the contract gives permission for. In this case, the once a month, $100. So we've got the contract, we've got the keys. So now all we have to do is have the control account user. In this case, the transaction function creator and the controlled account user are both Netflix, but the contract's been uploaded, and now it's that time of the month and time to get those $100 from the controlled account user, or the controlled account from the user. And so the controlled account user makes a request to the Turing signing server, says, hey, I'm looking at this account. They have added the signers, and I would like to take the money, take the $100 from their account. But I can't do that directly because I don't have ownership over that account. The Turing signing servers have shared ownership over that account through the M of N multisig. So they make the request to the smart contract. They look at that contract. The contract says, okay, you haven't made any withdrawals from this in a month, so we're going to create a transaction which does this for this account, takes the $100. We're going to sign for it, or at least we're going to attach a signature for it. We're going to send that back to you. That's that blue line. Send that back with the signature. We're going to add those 2 signatures from those 2 Turing signing servers from the 2 identical contracts together. And now we have a transaction with 2 signatures. Since it's a 2 of 3 multi-sig scenario on the controlled account, we send that contract to the blockchain. It looks at that transaction, sees that it has sufficient signatures, and executes that, making the payment. Now, the controlled account user is sneaky. or maybe they're just goofy with their architecture. They make the request again. It goes to the contract. The contract looks and says, unfortunately, you've already made your $100 withdrawal this month for this account. We're not going to create this transaction. We're not going to sign for it. And the controlled account user gets nothing from the controlled account because it hasn't been a month since the last withdrawal. So basically you have this Turing complete logic, which allows you to control an account in a Turing complete way, where you can put any sort of arbitrary logic in the transaction function uploaded to the Turing signing servers, which then off of that contract will create and sign transactions. And so long as those signatures are added and the M of N is sufficient, you now have access as a user to a controlled account without being a custodian of that account. This is huge. This is native functionality to Ethereum, but it slows it down and it makes it quite expensive to execute transactions, and it makes it slow because the EVM has to both create the transaction and execute the transaction. So there's concerns around that. And we operate in a very different way than that, keeping the logic that's on chain explicit only to moving that value around and holding balances of amounts of assets, which allows us, again, to be very quick and very cheap. But we still need this functionality of Turing completeness to create servers. We're getting close. And again, this is a step that's under development. We're still working on the specifics of things. There are demos that are available. We'll get to those in a minute. But it's an active, developing, growing Stellar ecosystem proposal that has not been finalized yet. So if there's functionality that you need, or you're looking to implement something like this and this sounds attractive, be sure and get involved. And we'll get to those links in a bit. The last piece, which is also very, very important, is that running Turing signing servers, because you're executing arbitrary code that could be complex, there has to be a fee structure in place so that Turing signing servers can make money off of some sort of fee structure, so that the controlled account user, whoever's calling these contracts, is paying the Turing signing servers to execute the logic that they uploaded or that was uploaded by the TX function creator. And so there's this fee structure that's built in at the core. And this is one of the things that's kind of in flux, is what's the best way to get these Turing signing servers paid in the most seamless and effective way possible. Because a lot of times these fees are very, very small. And so there has to be some pooling around it and different things. But the basic idea is to run a Turing signing server should be profitable. There should be a monetary incentive to running a good Turing signing server that's very fast, that's very secure, that has all the features and functions that a Turing signing server should have, because they'll get paid for it. So that's a very important thing, and is quite different than running like a validator on Stellar, where there is no monetary incentive from you don't get paid fees for validating transactions. You run a validator perhaps because your business requires to have an endpoint that you're kind of responsible for. But in the turret scenario, there is a monetary incentive. So that's Turing signing servers as they stand today. Let's talk a little bit about where you can get involved. So there's a website right now called tss.stellar. It's actually switched tss.stellar.org now. So you can go there and keep up with all of the Turing signing server progress that we've been making over the past year. Lots of different links to things. I gave an engineering talk back in July that kind of touched on this first version of Turing signing servers. I also just recently gave a talk at Meridian that I'll try and get the link up for that. This talk will probably go up there here in a while. There's also links to demos. There's a proof of concept API that has some endpoints that you can actually start digging in right now and upload contracts to what we have at the moment. There's a GitHub repo, so you can clone that and start adding things to it for our reference implementation. We have the Keybase working group there at the top. So this is where everyone's talking about Turing signing servers. So individuals and enterprises that are working on building implementations or looking at using this are starting to talk through, hey, we might need this functionality, or how would you operate in this scenario, to make sure the thing that we're building actually serves the use cases that we're trying to serve. So if this is something that's interesting to you and you're looking to implement it, be sure and check those out. We also have some demos with the TX function code right down there. And we also have some examples of Turing signing servers that are running, or I'm sorry, of contracts that are running in the wild, and these JWT. I don't remember if you saw the JWT scenario, but there's an example there. Just some really good resources. So I would strongly encourage everybody to at least go to the Keybase working group if you're looking for getting involved here, and maybe try out some of the examples, poke around. It's a super interesting proposal, which allows a lot of flexibility and this sort of insulation from custodial services that might be attractive to you, as well as just that capability of focusing on your business logic and not the legal logic by removing or insulating from being a custodian of whatever kind of service you're trying to operate. Plus, another nice thing is you just create functionality that the network can use. These are just contracts that are uploaded, and so long as the contract is audited and it's healthy and it's good and it's kind of built to support lots of different assets or use cases, you create a much more robust ecosystem that isn't reliant on particular individuals or services to stay up. It's all just code that, so long as it's running on Turing signing servers, people can use it for whatever the contract allows for, which is really cool. It's kind of open source operations rather than just open source code. Anyway, thanks so much for tuning in. Let me walk through the Turing signing server stuff with you. As you have more questions, feel free to reach out. My Twitter is TYVDH, and my email is tyler@stellar.org. I would love to chat if you have further questions or would like to get involved in the stuff that we're building over here on Stellar. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler Vanderhoven.
Next up, we have Mr. Dileepa Jayatilaka joining with us. He is the co-founder and CEO of Traceify, which is a blockchain-based traceability platform. He is a research manager at 99X, and also he has over 15 plus years of experience in the software industry. He is one of the active members of the Colombo blockchain community.
Hi, I'm Dileepa from 99X, which is a software product engineering company from Sri Lanka. And I'm also the co-founder of the blockchain-based traceability startup Traceify. In this presentation, I will talk about some of our experience in different kinds of proofs that can be given in blockchains. So if we have a look at the original idea of Bitcoin, even before that, if we look at how the fiat money, the US dollars, Sri Lankan rupees, the typical money that you and I used to, how it works. So in a transaction, one person is transferring a commodity to another person, and in compensation, the other person has to give money, has to pay with money. And the question here is, how can we assure that the fiat money has actual value? Because when we look at the commodity, there is use value into it, but money is just piece of paper. So how would you assign a value to money? The traditional world has done this using two centralized superpowers. The banking system, which is an economic superpower, and the legal system, which is a political superpower. And these two systems in combination use their own means to make sure that the system works and money actually has a value. For instance, if you try to print money, then you will be punished, and so on. And then came the Bitcoin. So for the Bitcoin, the challenge is the same: how to assure that digital money actually carries value. The revolution triggered by Bitcoin is to do this thing without any support from centralized superpowers, with a completely decentralized mechanism. So the innovation in Bitcoin enables a crypto economic model which runs a decentralized free market mechanism, which ensures that Bitcoin carries some value through economic rewards and penalties. So this is the basic idea behind Bitcoin. So without being supported by any centralized power, you can digitally transfer value. And it's not very difficult to recognize that this same mechanism can be used to transfer any kind of digital value, not just money. This is an example from one of our products, Block Event, which is a blockchain-based platform for issuing tickets for events. So in this picture, we have the event organizer, the public blockchain, dApp implemented on the public blockchain, and the event participant. So to initiate, the event organizer creates a bunch of assets in the public blockchain, and then in the dApp, he sets the event ticket price and advertises the event. Now the event participant who wishes to participate in the event makes a payment by any means for one ticket, and the dApp confirms the payment to the blockchain. As a result, blockchain transfers one of those initial assets created by the event organizer now to the wallet app held by the event participant. So this is that transaction. Okay, now comes the day of the event. So now the participant walks into the event, and he wants to use this asset as a ticket to enter the event. And this is how it works. His wallet app will generate a QR code representing the asset, and then it sends a request to the dApp, and dApp confirms the legitimacy of the asset and informs that to the public blockchain. And as a result, the blockchain takes that asset back from the wallet app, and at the same time confirms to the dApp that this asset has been owned by the event participant, which showed that he is eligible to enter into the event. And accordingly, the dApp informs this to the event organizer, who allows the participant to enter into the event. So that is one of those direct value transfer cases that we worked on. And then this is another application on supply chain, which is a more complicated case. The case is supply chain traceability. Basically, when you buy a product, how can you ensure that the information given about the history of the product is actually correct? But now in this transaction, traceability involves on the commodity itself, not on the money. So money is plain value, and what blockchain can assure is the transfer of plain value. But in contrast, commodity is complex value. The value of a commodity is not a direct value that you can specify in one attribute. For instance, if you take a vegetable, its value is determined by several factors like the freshness of it, how safe it is to eat, and was it grown by using environmentally sustainable practices, and a lot of such factors. And this is very complex value. So assuring complex value transfer in blockchain is not a straightforward question. So this is the question that we have to address with traceability. So the question here is whether we can do this with blockchain. We can attempt this with a combination of direct and indirect blockchain proofs, not with just one plain proof, but a combination of proofs. So let's look at first the direct blockchain proofs. This is an example. Proof of genuine painting. This is a proof basically on the fact that all the participants involved in the supply chain, including the producers, processors, the warehousing guys, transport guys, all of them have authentically handled the quantities. They have not cheated on the quantities they have been reporting into the system. So in this case, we have the producer, there's a factory, and we have this role called registrar, which is a trusted independent party and a competent party as well. So the registrar first visits the factory and confirms that, okay, let's say this is a horse meat production facility, and the registrar confirms that this factory can produce 100 kilograms of horse meat a month. And then registrar adds this as a smart contract into the blockchain. And then the producer produces 100 kilograms of horse meat. But now let's say the producer is trying to cheat. She buys another 50 kilograms of horse meat from an uncertified producer, making it 150, and tries to claim that 150. But now the registrar's original smart contract will reject this claim. But in contrast, if the producer only tried to claim 100 kilograms of horse meat, then it will get approved. And then this asset, this 100 kilograms of horse meat coin, so to speak, is now entitled to move forward in the value chain. For example, the producer can sell this 100 kilograms of horse meat to a processor, resulting in the processor getting 100 horse meat coins. So after processing, processor can sell at most 100 kilograms of horse meat through the blockchain. Neither he can relabel this as beef, and the producer also can't sell any more horse meat until she produces more horse meat in the coming months. Okay, so that was sort of a direct proof, but now let's look into more difficult parts in this traceability claim. The idea of oracle is another concept in blockchain. Oracle is basically an entity that inputs some information about the physical world into the blockchain. Something happens about the physical world because the blockchain is a completely digital system. To report about things regarding the physical world, we need actors. So oracles are those actors. For example, in agri, a field officer visiting a farm and reporting certain aspects of the farm, like the quality of the irrigation facility or the use of pesticides and so on. Or the oracle can be something like a temperature sensor set in a warehouse. Trust linking is basically linking the trust which is already existing in supply chains. So for example, let's say there's an agri company producing agri products, and the agri company employs the field officer who visits the farms owned by the agri company and endorses its produce. But in this case, the claim is not very strong because the company is controlling the field officer. But in case 2, the agri company can move a step forward and use a public body instead of its own employees to do this job. And then in this case, the claim is more trustworthy because the claim is coming from a party which is not entirely controlled by the agri company. If we take a more complex case of a sensor, using a sensor, again, the same agri company using a sensor to read some of the parameters regarding its agricultural practices. Now, the agri company can endorse it as the user of the sensor, and also the manufacturer of the sensor can also endorse its technical capabilities. In addition, the agri company can invite an independent organization to visit the facility, observe the sensor apparatus, and make sure that it is not being tampered and it is set in a proper way. And once all these endorsements are combined, this becomes a very strong claim. And in this light, we can define what we call long-running transactions for handling complex value transfer, where instead of using one single transaction for the value transfer, we use a lot of such transactions, the claims like the ones I have mentioned in the previous slide, and take all of those transactions into consideration and run a sort of intelligent consensus algorithm to come up with a conclusion. Something similar you can see in this public blockchain also, which is called Augur, which deals with prediction markets. They use a mechanism called Futaki. A very interesting model. You can check out their website. And this is one of the examples. So there's a seller who produces a product, and then they enter their value transfer claim into a virtual account in the blockchain. and then the seller locks certain cryptocurrencies guarding this claim. And there are buyers, and there's a buyer who is really interested in buying this product, and buyer also locks some amount of cryptocurrency and buys this product. And then after that, we employ several claims by including the seller, the buyer, and several oracles, and run a consensus algorithm to determine the authenticity of the seller's claim. And depending on that, the consensus algorithm will determine the corresponding rewards and penalties for the buyer and seller. And this model works for supply chains with weak relationships where the seller and buyer don't know each other. But in a model where the seller and buyer have a strong relationship, which is the case in certain supply chains, we can use another model which we call blockchain bound agreements, which are smart contracts in the blockchain that can be changed only when both seller and buyer agree to do so. So in this case, the buyer requests to produce and seller locks some of her cryptocurrencies and produces the commodity. And buyer also locks some of his cryptocurrency and buys the product. And we again run a sequence of transactions with oracles involved and the consensus algorithm. And if the consensus proves value transfer, then nothing happens to the cryptocurrency is locked. They stay intact. But if the consensus says that the seller's traceability claim is wrong, which means the buyer is the deprived party in this case. Now the buyer's blockchain bound agreement is activated. She has two choices. She can execute her blockchain bound agreement to take the cryptocurrencies locked by the seller. Or since she has a strong relationship with the seller, she can engage into an off-chain discussion with the seller, some negotiation, and make some off-chain settlement. And maybe the seller pays buyer off-chain, and then the buyer provably discards his blockchain bound agreement. Or the seller negotiates with the buyer and agrees to cut down the compensation in half, and then buyer executes a new blockchain bound agreement accordingly. So those are some of the cases from a recent experience. You can contact us through 99x.io. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dileepa Jayatilaka.
Hi, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Niftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Niftron. Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X Technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
Next up, we have Mr. Eric Zebane, who is the Vice President of Convergence Technologies and has experience in web-based systems design, development, and IT operations. Some of his interests includes transformative technologies like AI, IoT, and blockchain.
Hi, everyone. I'm Eric Zweigzner. I'm VP of Product Innovation at Convergence Tech. And we are a digital transformation and technology development company specialized in blockchain, specifically for use cases in and around digital identity and traceability. And I could say, as a technologist, it's a great time to be in technology because tech is everywhere. Tech is the world over, and it's becoming more and more accessible to people, even in unlikely places. So it's really starting to change things. In fact, it's changing so much about sort of our societies, how we interact with them, how even our cities and our policies and our politics are all run. that it's really sort of time to start reevaluating our relationship with technology and what it can actually sort of do for us. So it's also being used to start trying to solve some bigger problems in and around things, such as sustainability, for instance, which is a big topic. I mean, it means different things to different people. Generally speaking, it's sort of centered around this idea of people, profit, and planet, sort of your sort of holistic impact in terms of what you're doing in your operations and everything. So really sort of a complex topic, but a good thing to incorporate into a lot of what we're doing in terms of how we run our businesses and our operations. Sustainability is particularly important for supply chains, for instance, for a number of different reasons. One is reducing risk exposure. The second is preventing sourcing disruptions, sort of depending on the geopolitical events, depending on sort of environmental impacts and all of those sorts of things. And then, of course, limiting the environmental footprint is another key area where sort of modernizing supply chains, changing supply chains can have a really big impact. Because really supply chains are the biggest part of an environmental footprint, environmental impact for a lot of different companies, just based on the global nature of sort of commerce these days and how things get shipped across the world, the energy required to manufacture things, so on and so forth. So it's a big area of interest. The other element there is the idea of trying to consume resources sustainably. We're very good at sort of finding alternatives and coming up with sort of new methods and new materials to sort of do things with. But when you start consuming things too fast or too quickly without the time to replenish, you can get into some big problems. And to talk to an example of, I guess, what that looks like and bring this back into technology, I'm going to talk about goats. So why am I going to talk about goats? That's because that's where cashmere comes from, for those of you who don't know. The super soft luxury fiber, very expensive, part of a lot of sort of like high-end fashion. It's cashmere, it's goat hair. It doesn't come from just any goats though. Generally speaking, it only comes from goats in and around the Eurasian steppe. So Mongolia being a big area for that, where they go through those sort of harsh winter conditions where the goats can develop the long fibers, the long soft fibers required to actually form cashmere once they start shedding that in the spring. So cashmere, big business for Mongolia. It's part of their nomadic traditions, their herding traditions. It's really sort of a way of life over there. And it employs a lot of people, and it also drives a lot of value to the country. In fact, it is one of their highest value exports after things like copper and gold. So kind of crazy to think about, after sort of minerals and hard valued goods come sort of goat hair, but it's true. It's just sort of a big business for them. And just to put that into context, I mean, Mongolia is a big country. There's a lot of land. There are about, by estimate, 30 million goats. So just to sort of put that into perspective, these things are absolutely everywhere, just to kind of give you the context of how important this industry actually is. Now, this growth is actually fairly recent. Over the last decade and a half is really when we've seen these numbers start to skyrocket. That top line on the chart there being sort of total number of sheep and goats. That's where it nets out to almost 60 million, about 30 million of those are goats. And this is really just spurned over the last, again, decade and a half, because of the entrance of fast fashion into the market, trying to buy more cashmere. And the herders, the people of Mongolia, they responded in kind. They started producing larger herd sizes to sort of meet with demand. But if that chart looks unsustainable to you, you'd be right, in so much as that even now they're feeling the impacts of this. Over 70% of their pasture lands now showing significant signs of degradation due to overgrazing, just because of the sheer amount of goats sort of like eating grass out in these pasture lands. A good percentage of the land, 15 to 20%, desertified. It's not coming back. It's not turning back into grass. The rest of it recovering very slowly because of the combined pressure of all these goats, but also climate change making it harder to sort of bounce back. So this kind of puts the entire industry under threat in that sense, and that it might cease to exist if they keep going on like this, which is problematic because it's a very big business for them. So people realize this, people recognize it, fashion companies, in fact, are concerned and spearheading a lot of efforts in terms of sort of education, interventions, and those sorts of things to try and change things. But as is common with many raw material sort of situations in countries, the supply chain generally lacks traceability and transparency. So they're kind of lacking visibility. It's a bit of a data problem. And that's how we ended up getting involved sort of in this space and in this industry. In 2019, with the United Nations Development Program, in cooperation with Sustainable Fiber Alliance, that represents a lot of sort of the major fashion brands and their interest in Mongolian cashmere. Them together with us, we came together to try and put together sort of a technology solution to see what we can do to try and collect some of this missing traceability data. So how that ended up working was pretty simple. I mean, sort of the on-the-ground intervention programs involved training herders and cooperatives on sustainability issues and sustainable practices. That then resulted in them getting a certification by SFA, and that certification is what granted them access to a digital tool set to allow for registration of their cashmere. And that then was what allowed us to start generating some of that missing traceability data. So our solution, fairly high tech, but pretty simple in practice. It involved us using RFID tags, NFC stickers actually, that we affixed to the bales of cashmere at the point of origin. So the herder households where the stuff was really sort of being clipped, sheared, and then packaged for sale into the commercial market. Those tags could then be sort of read or authenticated with a mobile phone. Very sort of simple application to authenticate the tag, authenticate this herder, confirm their certification was sort of earned and in good standing, and then allow sort of events and information to be written about the cashmere to the blockchain back end, which created that kind of tamper-proof store of events and history, really all to kind of create a data passport for the cashmere that moved along with it, so that anyone in the value chain who needed to sort of inspect it could do so through that NFC chip. So it was a very simple process, high simplicity. A lot of what we did was automated, so you didn't have to actually enter much information. We were just adding weight as a control point. Everything else was really pulled automatically from the phone, so it was just really sort of a tap, scan, hit a button to actually sort of write events, write information, and that's how we kept it high integrity. So it's very similar to the experience of sort of paying on your mobile phone or a tap to pay with your credit card or those kind of things. So very sort of easy to use, didn't require much training. And I guess technically speaking, why we chose this was simply because we needed high integrity data stores for the certifications. We wanted privacy protecting digital identities by using digital identity wallets to kind of collect the herder information, the claims that were being made about them. We also wanted to use sort of mobile phones because they're sort of out there and deployed and not really special technology. So there wasn't too much of a burden of deploying new infrastructure. And then of course, NFC chips made it very simple just from an interaction perspective. So you didn't have to enter too much data. Of course, we added sort of other little bits and pieces and web technologies and the like, supporting it, which is common for blockchain usually only being sort of a key slice or coordination layer of the broader solution. Very much true here. It actually ended up working pretty well. Sign of the times, a lot of these herders and herder households, they had smartphones, they had cell phones, they were comfortable with them because they used them to sort of communicate with each other on things like Facebook and using Instagram. So cell phones and satellite TV dishes were actually fairly common even in these sort of nomadic communities with the gears and stuff like that. So it was pretty easy to use, pretty easy to adopt, and they sort of responded to the technology well, which sort of made it an interesting solution in a very simple way to kind of collect data. Because despite rural Mongolia looking a lot like this, very sort of open and barren, a lot of the commercial centers where they actually did the cashmere trade had surprisingly good cell coverage, great cell towers, great connectivity. So the solution really worked well in that sense and proved practical. So what this enabled us to do was take all of the traceability information that we were kind of collecting with the chips and the events and registering on the blockchain, and then combine it into a rich data interface to really show where the cashmere came from, information about the cooperative and their certification, how they scored on the certification. And then we also overlaid that with sort of geospatial and environmental information about the condition of the pasture lands, carrying capacity, degradation rates, and those sorts of things to really kind of create that holistic picture of where the cashmere was coming from and what impact it was having on the environment. So this was really about kind of pulling all kinds of technologies together to create the data and tools required to inform a lot of people in the ecosystem. So, I mean, it involved for governments and the United Nations, it created sort of strategic insights for intervention programs. So just by getting visibility into what was going on the ground, by collecting some of this data, they can now work on things like policy around herd sizes, potentially taxes, other sorts of interventions and the like, now that they can just sort of track and see what's going on the ground. For buyers of the cashmere, it added that sort of transparency. It's very hard for international brands and international buyers sourcing this fabric to see what's going on the ground without very sort of focused and involved intervention efforts working through kind of agents and brokers and very specific supply chains. So it really kind of opened up that visibility into what's going on the back of some of these certifications. For herders, it obviously created a bit more accountability and visibility into what they're doing, but just by way of sort of digitizing these things and then promoting their certifications, it also provides better market access. So they can start working with the brands and buyers that value sustainability a lot closer to work on things like longer term contracts, like premium prices, like those sorts of things, to really sort of start valuing quality over quantity. As well as using some of these relationships to sort of diversify how they're making money. And that's sort of the element where reducing the impact of the herds, reducing herd sizes and starting to make money in other ways, be it valuing quality or sort of diversifying the products you're selling, are really some of those opportunities to change the behavior on the ground and start fixing the root cause of the problem, even though it's absolutely not easy to do some of these things. So the pilot itself, really it ended up being successful. It was a successful technology trial. We deployed it to one region to start where we were kind of on the ground and kind of helping everyone get used to the technology, but then we trained up our certification partners at SFA. They were able to take the app and deploy it to 2 other regions across Mongolia. So in 2019 was when we did this. We registered over 5 tons of cashmere, not a huge amount relative to total output in terms of sustainably certified, certainly enough for us to work with a few hundred people and really kind of get a feel for the technology, how it works, how one might sort of scale up and increase these sorts of efforts in the future. And that very much was what we were looking forward to doing this year. But some of the times, again, here, COVID happened, shut down the borders, obviously impacted the market and the buying situation quite significantly. So we kind of had to put those situations, we kind of had to put this whole project on hold so that we could then continue it hopefully next year if things return back to normal. So we're pretty excited for that, to kind of continue this and expand the reach of it. Now, this was very much focused on a point of origin sort of problem in and around sustainability in the environment and the pasture lands. That was where this is all focused, but very much sort of that next piece on everyone's minds is, well, how can you continue traceability throughout processing? Some of it's segregation, some of it is sort of other alternative means of data recording, all very much possible, all very much important. It's really just about, and this is classic in a lot of these sort of broader ecosystems and consortium type projects, it's finding the right incentives for everyone along the way to participate and then finding ways to kind of incorporate your technology in there. So the processing chain, it's very much sort of one of those elements that is important for fashion, because processing is actually where a lot of the environmental footprint issue is, just in terms of wastewater, carbon emissions, impact from dyeing, and those sorts of things. Again, though, people are really sort of working on this. The fashion industry is starting to come together, use certifications, use technologies and programs like this to really start being a bit more transparent and to start helping their sustainable sourcing decisions so that they can source intelligently in line with their values and support good behavior in the industry. So good opportunities there. it always raises the question of how much assurance is enough. And this is back to the whole idea of blockchain being a great data layer, tamper-proof data, trustworthy information. You usually need to be fairly certain of how you're recording the data, though, for it to be of any value, though. So that big part about identifying what you're tracking, in this case, for us, it ended up being practical on a bag of cashmere worth something like $70 per kilogram, typically. It ended up being practical for us to do the NFC stickers and NFC chips so that we can kind of identify the cashmere, but there's certainly a lot of other ways to do this in terms of optical or spectral analysis, chemical taggings to kind of put DNA tracers or additional information into the product if you actually wanted to sort of audit that downstream, even just sort of data analytics and pattern matching and all of those sorts of things. All different kind of ways you can sort of record information in data, and all pretty critical to think about in terms of supplemental technology and processing around it to make the data stored on a blockchain actually sort of high integrity and trustworthy. So it does highlight the fact that there's a lot more to this than just putting things on a blockchain. It's really about the people, it's really about the process, it's really about finding sort of the incentives for impact and getting people involved in a lot of this stuff more so than it is about just purely the technology. But technology is really sort of a good catalyst for change in that sense, and that it can change people's sort of processes and minds and be a reason, I guess, to do things a little bit differently. So again, it's really sort of the coordination layer, blockchain here being what coordinates the different players and technologies and different systems around transactions and events. We're recording basic data in terms of timestamps, hash proofs, the who, what, when, where, and why, really, in terms of the identity and the events and everything sort of collected in and around it. So it's sort of a supplemental technology, but it is still important at its core as we start recording all this data from all these different players, from all these different companies and industries to really kind of create this shared global data set. Really highlighting the fact that our opportunities kind of grow as we become more interconnected and make better use of all our data and our digital technologies and start digitizing things. Certainly when we get more interconnected in that sense, risk increases. As we do more business online, as we do more interactions online, as we trust technology more, all of these sort of elements sort of crop up in terms of privacy risk, fraud, mistakes, keying errors into systems, even just coordination of information between multiple players that used to be held in different databases and data sets. Keeping everyone on the same page really ends up being one of those challenges. And that is where sort of the potential of this technology lies, is sort of forming that backbone of information for consortiums, for groups, for individuals to all be able to sort of trust the information, to trust the data, but do so in sort of new and privacy protecting ways that can kind of be inclusive and include everybody. So that's very much what this is all about. So blockchain for sure has a lot of potential when you start looking at it from its core use cases in terms of digital identity and credentialing, in terms of solidifying that and respecting that in privacy protecting ways. It's good for asset and events registries, collecting that key information around sort of tamper-proof information that would otherwise go into dispute if there were differences or if people have to agree on it. So it's that good central pillar for a lot of this information. Also good for sort of token economies, obviously, in terms of incentivizing people through payments, through rewards, even just new ways of commerce. If you can kind of be rewarded for your participation in some of these sort of industries or for your certification. So a lot of good channels there, especially when you start focusing on these use cases, which is really sort of the potential for this technology and where it's going to be used a lot in the future as it matures. Which is good because people have to start thinking differently about some of this stuff. It's, again, reevaluating the relationship with digital and what technology can actually do and enable, and thinking about it differently, changing how we do things and changing how technology is incorporated in how we do things is really one of those elements that we need to seize as an opportunity to make a real difference with some of the solutions that we're coming up with. So I thank you very much for your time and your opportunity to speak today to you about some of our interesting work and our projects. Feel free to reach out if you have any sort of questions. Otherwise, have a great conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eric Zebane, for that wonderful speech.
Mr. Adam Lemon is an engineer from Tribe Identity, which is a digital identity and credentialing platform with a key focus on blockchain technology and digital ID solutions.
Tribe ID is a global digital identity company, and we are actively working towards creating a safe, secure, and private online environment through the implementation of a new digital identity paradigm. By way of background, we've been around for over 3 years now, Toronto-based, but operate globally, having completed projects in over a dozen countries for many exciting clients. Most notably, we developed a land registry in northern India, completed various projects across Afghanistan, as well as developed a traceability project looking at sustainable cashmere across Mongolia with the United Nations Development Program. Additionally, we are very active and focused on the climate and environment, education, and health sectors. Worth noting that we are deeply principled in digital identity and self-sovereign identity, and have been active across the broad identity and education technology communities and working groups globally for several years. Finally, by way of introduction, Tribe is powered by a very strong leadership team, critically spearheaded by Kim Cameron, the former chief architect of identity and visionary behind Active Directory with Microsoft, as well as the author of the 7 Laws of Identity. And it is these very laws that we actively employ within our solutions today, and that we are seeing rapid adoption of across the world. Remarkably, these laws are also being referenced by emerging policies and regulations, such as in the EU with the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR. The laws being user control and consent, limited disclosure for limited use, the law of fewest parties, directed identity, pluralism of operators and technologies, human integration, and finally, consistent experience across contexts. So today, our identities as we know them, which we can think of as a collection of credentials, are generally based on paper documents and plastic cards. For example, when to prove something about ourselves, most commonly we'll pull out a driver's license, health card, or a passport. A salient example being how we most commonly prove our age today. In the case of proving you are a legal adult or above the drinking age, perhaps, this is proven by presenting a driver's license because this card usually contains the individual's birth date. However, this card also presents an abundance of other personal and sensitive data, your address, your unique license identifier number, amongst other attributes, which are absolutely not required just to prove you are over the age of 18. This is clearly in violation of several of the laws previously mentioned. Now, this process has worked well for us for decades. Challenges have growingly increased as more and more of our lives move online. Unfortunately, it's not easy to use our existing credentials to prove our identity online. Presentation and verification of a driver's license or a passport is non-trivial and leaves many gaps for exploitation. It remains a significant challenge to identify who or what, in fact, is on the other end of a device. This leads towards concepts of digital identity and online authentication or verification. The solution that has arisen over the past few decades, and generally how we interact online today and log in, can be termed federated identity. This has taken the shape of very few large-scale third-party identity providers. identifiable today through the unsuspecting use of social sign-on features such as login with Google or Facebook. Unfortunately, what this has led to is very large troves of user data being created and mined by these central identity providers. Today, as an end user, we can only get access to our identity data by requesting it from one of these providers. Most commonly, this is used when we want to log into a separate website. In the case illustrated here, Bob wants to log into newcars.com. He now has to ask Facebook to share his data with newcars.com, and voila, Bob is logged in and his data appears on the new website without having to create a new account. This all seems great and quite convenient for the end user, and yes, that is true. However, there are a few details that were missed in the previous diagram. A bit of sleight of hand was in fact in play. So when Bob logs in with an identity provider such as Facebook, he is revealing to this identity provider the location which he wants to navigate. This is very useful data, which in fact identity providers use to track and understand user interests and other trends, which they can ultimately use or sell thereafter. The other challenge this raises is the fact that Bob is now logging into each of these websites using the same identifiable information, and email almost all of the time. This means that not only the identity provider knows everywhere the user is interacting, but also that every site they interact with can correlate data using this single identifier. So effectively, this huge data source is able to be built up with very rich data on all online interactions by, in this case, bob.scott@gmail.com. This creates an environment with very strong surveillance capabilities and is much of the reason why you may notice oddly well-timed and accurate ads across websites or apps today. We now present digital credentials, which provide a solution to this problem. Digital credentials allow the presentation and verification of identity credentials entirely online. These credentials may be issued directly to the subject of the credential, which they then own and control, and may present thereafter as they wish and with whom they wish. There is then no third party that exists between the user and their credentials. TribeID presents a platform where all types of credentials may be issued from various entities directly to holders, where a credential may be a qualification, achievement, personal quality, or aspect of a person's background. Credentials are then owned and controlled by the holders themselves, which they may manage and present as they wish. These credentials now have cryptographic superpowers, which allow them to be presented and verified online and outside any central authorities. Notably, these credentials can also be bound to further verification technology, for example, biometrics or other factors for higher assurance use cases. Ultimately, holders are now empowered with direct access and control of their credentials. A user may now log into websites with credentials that they have previously acquired. For example, Bob may be able to log in with just a verified email credential, but not actually disclose that email, or another website may even allow him to log in with a verified person credential from a government or related body, or perhaps just a credential proving he is over the age of 18. A website may disclose the information they require to log in a user, and the user may select the credentials they have in order to present to this website. Most excitingly, this model makes the holder themselves their own identity provider, eliminating the ability to be tracked and the dependence to ask for access to their identity. Also, this allows a user to have a unique identifier and relationship with each website, eliminating the ability for their movements to be tracked and correlated across websites. Effectively, this creates a secure, safe, and private ecosystem for us as end users, where our data is managed independently and shared directly with parties the user wishes, without leaking or sharing information to any prying eyes. Our platform, TribeID, makes this a reality today and has specifically been built for ease of deployment, adoption, and end user convenience. Tribe ID may easily be integrated into existing IT environments, leveraging common standards and protocols such as OAuth 2 or OpenID Connect. Tribe ID does not require any downloads or installations, and therefore enables users to be onboarded seamlessly. Finally, our web and mobile interfaces have been developed based on the feedback that we've received from our clients over many years to make them simple, intuitive, and powerful. We are seeing this technology making a very large impact globally across industries, most notable being healthcare, education, and traceability. Any downloads or installations, and therefore enables users to be onboarded seamlessly. Finally, our web and mobile interfaces have been developed based on the feedback that we've received from our clients over many years to make them simple, intuitive, and powerful. We are seeing this technology making a very large impact globally across industries, most notable being healthcare, education, and traceability. A specific underscore on healthcare and safe entry related use cases, given the current mobility challenges COVID-19 has placed upon us all. Finally, I want to spotlight the applicability and usage of digital identity across the humanitarian and international development space to date. World Bank, UNHCR, and the World Food Program, amongst many others, have and continue to do amazing work in order to bring identity systems to the most vulnerable across the world. And we believe this technology can serve to help make a world of difference. Rest assured that much fantastic work is underway, and we do firmly believe that the future is bright, and we will be able to make significant impact in the very near future. We are rapidly approaching a private, safe, secure, and mobile future. This new model ensures end-user privacy. As a user, you may access your credentials privately and even entirely offline. You then have the power to share these credentials only with the individuals that you wish directly. There's no opportunity or requirement to involve any third party or prying eyes. The user can therefore not be tracked or surveilled, and they may operate with comfort and assured safety. Their credentials are securely stored directly with them, and wherever applicable, backed up for lifelong access. Each credential in and of itself is tamper evident and cryptographically verifiable. This means that once the credential is issued, it cannot be altered or amended. Any changes will instantaneously be caught by way of cryptographic verification. Additionally, due to these same mechanisms, credentials cannot be forged or faked. The security is thus drastically improved for both the holders of this information as well as those that it is being presented to and verified by. Finally, as all this information lives in a digital format, accessible across devices, it may be readily available, accessible, and shared across the globe in real time, creating unprecedented mobility. This is a very exciting future and one which we can't wait to see. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Adam Linden.
Hi, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Niftron. The most expensive thing in the world is trust. It can take years to build trust with applications, products, or individuals, and just a matter of seconds to lose it. We believe building an instant and consistent trust between applications, products, or individuals will create more business opportunities as well as allow people to interact in a more secure and carefree manner with accountability. Blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the trust in this current era. And we intend to make a product that will make blockchain more simple and affordable for businesses and organizations. So we made Niftron. Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will allow businesses, organizations, and startups to integrate blockchain with their products and projects easily and cost effectively to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security. Thank you.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 350 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X Technology is now 99X. We're tech team players.
Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform which allows businesses and organizations to integrate blockchain with their products or projects easily and efficiently to improve trust by providing transparency, security, and ownership. So now I would like to call upon Mr. Sharmilan Somasundaram to talk about this platform.
Hi everyone, I'm Sharmilan Somasundaram, co-founder and CEO of Niftron. As we all know, blockchain is a booming market and every business, startups, government, and even non-profits are moving towards blockchain and adapting blockchain with their products and services. Just a quick question. How many of you here thought to integrate blockchain with your business or your next project and haven't done that? If you say yes, Niftron is the perfect solution to make that vision come true. As an individual or a team, or even some of you already done these steps, and these are the steps usually a team or an individual take it when they are integrating blockchain. So initially research about blockchain, and then some of you may went a step ahead and find a proper reason, so use cases to integrate blockchain, and some of you may have done a proof of concept. but haven't gone out as a live production level applications. You are not alone. There are 90% of the projects that are done on blockchain usually stuck in these three steps, and only 10% of them are come out as a production level applications. So this is the main barrier that we can say that is causing a slow adoption rate when it comes to blockchain and mainstream market. So we did a research and we identified the main barriers or the roadblocks that is stopping these projects to stuck in these three steps. So one of the major problem is high learning curve. As an individual or a team that need to go through high learning curve when they want to develop a production level blockchain applications. It's two reasons, because we have limited resources to learn it, as well as we have a large variety of blockchains out there. So it's very difficult for a person to learn multiple blockchains to integrate it for different use cases. High cost for resources in terms of for development, because we have a limited blockchain resources available and blockchain architects available out there. So it's the high cost to hire them. And long time duration takes to build a blockchain based production level applications from scratch, and lack of knowledge to make decisions so fast. Even as a blockchain consultants or architects, it's very difficult for them to choose a particular blockchain for a particular use case, because there are plenty of blockchains out there, and it's very difficult for a person to know everything top to bottom to choose which one is more suitable for them. And most of the times they choose the different one, and then it will cause them issues later, and it will be very difficult for them to again integrate to another blockchain and develop it from scratch. So the solution that we are providing is blockchain as a service platform. Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform that will enable businesses and organizations to integrate blockchain with their products and projects in a cost-effective and hassle-free manner to improve the trust by providing transparency, ownership, and security to their clients. So let's see how we achieve this. We have a single SDK that can be used by the developers to connect with any type of a blockchain that they want, especially in their familiarized languages. So we have SDKs in JavaScript, Java, C#, Go. So you can get one of the SDKs that you are familiarized with a familiarized language that you know, and then you can integrate with whatever blockchain you want. And pay-as-you-go model that we are following. So integrating with a blockchain, it's now becomes zero cost. So through Niftron, you can integrate any type of a blockchain for free, and then you can pay based on the usage later when you start using these applications. And integrate without changing any process or any logics in your business. So we mostly comes as a plug and play model, so you can connect it easily and you can use it. And we can give a guarantee that we have a zero visibility over the business data when it comes to transactions, or when it comes to interaction or connection with the business applications, we have a zero visibility over the business data. So the impact that we want to create it in this community or in this world is we want to enable the businesses and organizations to make the blockchain transformation or integration decision so fast and change it slowly based on their preferences without wasting time, effort, and money. Most of the times when it comes to tech transformations or tech integrations with the new products, businesses usually take so long to make these decisions because they consider about the effort that a team need to go through, as well as the time, as well as the money that they want to put it in. So what we are doing with blockchain through Niftron is we're giving you a easy and flexible SDK that can easily connect with any type of application without going through a whole learning curve to learn each blockchain separately. And at the same time, we provide it for zero cost. So you can connect for zero cost, and then you can see the potential what blockchain brings to your business or a use case, and then you can see, and then you can decide on scaling up or integrating more services. And you can switch it to any blockchain at any time you want easily. So it will provide them to choose either one blockchain and then start to integrate with the applications or products. And then later, if they feel that something is not working for them, they can switch it to another blockchain for easily, because it's free of cost as well as charged based on the usage only. So this is the impact that we are trying to make it in this community or in this world. So the X factor or the uniqueness that we have, it is we have a tokenization based product. So Niftron is a tokenization based mechanism, which is a blockchain based tokenization. And everything that we do in Niftron is based on tokenization. And we are a blockchain agnostic platform. As I mentioned, you can connect with any type of a blockchain you want through a single SDK, which means we are a blockchain agnostic and we are supporting for multiple blockchains out there in the world. So when it comes to the pricing model, we have a couple of pricing models. Individuals and students, we go with freemium packages through our testnet. And then small and medium businesses, we go as pay-as-you-go, as I mentioned. our services vary from $0.001 towards $1. So we are giving a special offer today for CBS 2020 participants, as we are organizer of CBS 2020, and we are happy to give this offer to all the participants who are attending for this CBS 2020 today. So what you have to do is you can go to the Niftron website and you can register yourself, and you can simply claim this 1,000 credits by entering CBS 2020 code, and you get these 1,000 credits. So what you can do using these credits is you can learn blockchain, as well as you can build your own blockchain applications, or you can integrate blockchain with your existing projects or products easily and see how blockchain works and how blockchain connected with your applications, and see how the potential of blockchain, and explore more and more things through Niftron website. So when it comes to customers, we have a different scale of customers and different customer segments that we have. So it starts from startups, organizations, government, non-profit, and educations. So if you are in any of these sectors, you can connect with Niftron. And we are supporting for multiple applications. You can build it through Niftron. And these are some limited ones, and you can, it depends on your creativity as how you're going to use our SDK, and you can build any type of a blockchain application that you want, and you can connect blockchain with any type of application or a product that you already have. You can simply connect through Niftron, and you can get the benefits of any blockchain that you choose. Within a button clicks, you can even switch blockchains. So far in terms of clients, we have different clients from different verticals, as well as different levels or stages of businesses. So I'll take you through some of the success stories that we have. Verify is one of the document verification and certificate provider platform, and you may see them pitching later of these sessions as well. And what they did was like they built their platform and they connected blockchain within 2 weeks through Niftron, which usually will take them without Niftron estimated as 8+ months to connect it by building from scratch a blockchain application and connect with their existing application. So they did it through Niftron, and they did it in 2 weeks. And it's for a zero cost as well. They did it, and then they issued now so far 700+ certificates for a couple of universities, and they are partnered with multiple universities in Sri Lanka to issue these certificates, as well as they got recognition in a couple of events and competitions as well. One of the other interesting project is Stampede, which is also going to be pitched today's session as a startup pitches. So what they did was they created their own fundraising platform, which they used Niftron to connect as a blockchain partner, and then they raise these fund donations come from outside Sri Lanka towards Sri Lanka, so they can easily trace it. They are providing the transparency to the donors to see where their fund is going to be used, and they can track these funds, as well as government and NGOs can able to see where the funds are coming from and where it's actually being used. And they connected within 3 weeks, and which usually estimated as 8 to 12 months. So this is the time reduction that we are making when it comes to blockchain integration, because this is solely without including the learning curve. So without learning curve, we have to, if you are a blockchain team, you have to spend 8 to 12 months to build this kind of a platform. And without any knowledge, you can have a basic programming knowledge. You can use the SDK, and you can connect with blockchain in 3 weeks. So that is a huge change when it comes to integrating blockchain, because it's reduced the time as well as cost, and as well as the team effort or individual effort when they're integrating blockchain. So now nothing is stopping you to make your blockchain transformation vision comes true, because with Niftron, anyone can connect with blockchain for zero cost in an easy, fast, and cost-effective manner. So thank you everyone for listening this speech, and I hope you have get some idea about Niftron and how it works. Please go to the Niftron website and claim your CBS 2020, enter the CBS 2020 code and claim your free 1,000 credits. So using that, you can learn more about blockchain, and you can see how you can connect your products or next projects with Niftron, and how you can select blockchains and how you can integrate it. As well as we are doing multiple training sessions, free webinars and things for the Sri Lankan blockchain community as well as outside. So you can directly reach me through sharmilan@niftron.com, or you can find me through Sharmilan Somasundaram in LinkedIn. And please reach me out, and we can guide you on how you can integrate Niftron if you want any helps regarding that. As well as go and enjoy these CBS 2020 rest of the sessions, and hope you had already a good time with CBS 2020. And please do put your comments, and if you have any questions, please reach out through the comment section. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mrs. Sundaram. We have Traceify, which is powered by blockchain technology, which facilitates a tamper-proof platform that streamlines the data flow within a supply chain using a crypto-economic model. I would like to invite Mr. Dileepa Jaitilaka to give us an in-depth introduction to what Traceify does.
Hi, I'm Dileepa. Our product is Tracified, which is a blockchain-based traceability platform, which has won several awards both in Sri Lanka and internationally. And this is the problem that we are tackling. Basically, the problem that has been persisting for many decades with the traditional one step up, one step down traceability. In the traditional traceability, the supplier is obliged to provide some traceability information to his buyer. So the supplier has his own inbound traceability, then conducts its procurement operations, and then during sales, it provides some traceability to his buyer. But in this operation, there are several aspects that make this link weak, and therefore making this traceability information almost useless. Because in this transaction, the data loses its credibility when leaving organizational boundaries, and vital information that can assist in human decision making is lost. So we understand traceability as a challenge which cannot be achieved by the efforts of a single organization. And it is a collective effort by all participants involved in a supply chain that operate in different geographies and driven by different objectives and value systems. So to sum it up, we can say that modern traceability is an organizational problem, not particularly a technical problem. And we approach this solution in a twofold approach. On one side, we have the technology axis, which is covering basically what any traditional traceability tool would cover, which is about tracking data that are going on in a supply chain and storing that data, and then accessing that data and converting it to information and exposing those information in several user interfaces to provide transparency. But on top of that, and more importantly, we provide the organizational axis, which provides assurances about the authenticity of the information that is being exchanged, and also to link trust between multiple organizations that are involved in a supply chain to create synergy, and to provide conflict resolution mechanisms that are data driven. And last but not least, to enable feedback loops to inform producers on how their consumers like their products. So ultimately, starting from a very traditional value system that would cater for regulatory compliance and internal tracking, we are moving traceability towards a very modern value system, which is based on trust and commitment, enhanced value conversation, and improved supply chain performance, which we can call traceability for Industry 4.0. So where does blockchain fit in this picture? On one side, we know that blockchain provides an immutable ledger, which can act as a proof that a certain piece of information has not been tampered after it has been added to the system. basically the blockchain acts as a distributed timestamping server here. So we call this proof of existence. So this is what happens here. We take the raw traceability information that is exchanged in a supply chain, and we hash all those individual pieces of information into hashes and then put them into a public blockchain. We use Stellar as our underlying blockchain, which is a popular public blockchain, which is not a mined blockchain, although. And then we have these sequence of hashes in the blockchain, and the moment any data consumer is trying to access the raw traceability information, along with the raw traceability information, we provide the hashes taken out of the public blockchain as a proof that this information has not been tampered after it has been added into the system. Of course, this brings in some sort of credibility into the picture, but this is not enough at all. There are several weaknesses with this approach. On one side, this is unable to prevent a lot of scenarios that ultimately lead to supply chain fraud, like fraudulent spending of quantities, which is a very common case involved in supply chain fraud, and misuse of certificates, incorrect or misleading traceability data, and tampering with traceability history of an item. And also, on the other hand, this approach is in a practical supply chain by working together for many years. The organizations participating have already built a certain degree of trust within them. But this approach doesn't take that trust into account at all. And also, this approach is unable to utilize the power of branding and the achievements of individual participants. Imagine when you are buying fish, if you are to be given a guarantee by the blockchain that this fish is coming from a producer who has been in this industry for the past 8 years without any major complaints against them. But this approach fails to give any kind of assurance like that. And of course, proof of existence fails to harness the value of upstream feedback as well. So because of this, we are unique. The uniqueness in Tracified's solution is that without depending on this obvious proof of existence, we provide an array of blockchain proofs covering many aspects governing supply chain information, providing a holistic authenticity claim into the information. And we divide this into 4 quadrants like this. And under each quadrant, we provide a bunch of proofs. For instance, the certificate assurance makes sure that when you are purchasing a product, the certificates that the product claims to have are actually valid for the particular batch that product item belongs to. And capacity assurance makes sure that the production facilities or warehousing facilities have not claimed more than their actual capacity, and like that. And truth at the origin also provides another array of proofs. So for instance, proof of accolade is basically you can know about the achievements of individual players involved in the supply chain. Proof of endorsement is about experts vetting certain products or processes involved in a supply chain. And the list goes on like that. Truth on the go includes the obvious proof of existence, but in addition to that, there are a lot of other proofs, like proof of change of custody. How can you make sure that the product item has moved between the companies that it really claims to? And proof of continuity is a proof of the entire traceability history of a item. So our target market is actually premium buyers, the tech-savvy buyers that trust technology, who are happy to pay a premium when the quality is proven. And our immediate customers are authentic sellers who want a enabling them to prove their authentic quality to their consumers. So these are ecosystem. We have several partners. Senso is a temperature sensor company from Germany, and Good Market is a community in Sri Lanka. Turbo is from Australia, and ACAT is from Japan. We have ACAT has provided us a business development team from Japan and funding as well. We have 3 customer projects going on with Sarget Organics is a organic exporter from Sri Lanka. We have done a production beta with them with e-commerce. FMLK is a fashion brand from Sri Lanka. We are currently implementing a traceability project for them to provide traceability on their hand-loomed saris. And UNIDO is a project that we have started recently, which is funded by UN and managed by Export Development Board of Sri Lanka, which is a national level project to prove the origin of Ceylon cinnamon, the Sri Lankan cinnamon in international trade. Thank you, and you can find more about Tracified in our website. And we have a blockchain explorer as well, explorer.tilit.world. Tilit is the name of our blockchain. You can just have a look and play around and see these different kinds of proofs that I have introduced in action there. And you can also reach me through dilipaj@tracified.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jayatilaka.
Next up, we have Ms. Himandi Loganathan, who is a co-founder of Verify. Verify are the pioneers of digital verified certification process in Sri Lanka, backed up using blockchain technology. Their vision is to become a globally trusted #1 digital certification provider. And so now I call upon Ms. Himandi Loganathan to talk about Verify.
Do you have any idea about the number of trees cut down to make papers around the world? Would you believe if I say it's around 160,000 per day? Also, I'd like to know how many of you all are finding it difficult to store, manage, and share your physical certificates with others. Hi everyone, I'm Himandi Loganathan, biotechnology undergraduate and an environment enthusiast trying to help reduce the carbon footprint for a better tomorrow. Today, I'm providing you with a solution to overcome both problems discussed before. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to introduce you to a concept of verified digital certificates using blockchain technology. Trust me, our product is going to change all our lives and make it easy. My co-founder and I both came up with this idea during the lockdown curfew. While I was cleaning my room, I came across so many certificates. Most of them I forgot I even got it. After cleaning them, I wondered why this many resources being wasted for a certificate. Whereas Hiri was fascinated by the number of students taking up online courses and sharing digital certificates during the pandemic. He was wondering about the credibility of those certificates. Plenty of reading and research later, we found the answer for both our questions: certificates that are foolproof and eco-friendly. Who doesn't want to have a trusted, secure, and transparent smart certificate? Not just a certificate, but a digital wallet where we can store all our certificates and get it verified with time. And come on, don't we want to share our achievements with our friends and give our A game to the best job out there? Just a few taps and bam! The certificates are shared in 7 different social media platforms. Just a click and your verified certificate is available to the new offshore job you're planning to apply or the university you're planning to do your higher studies in. We got them all sorted for you. We create a platform that issues trusted, secured, and transparent smart certificates by blockchain technology. The technology ensures that the certificates are not tampered with, enabling a less fraudulent and secure platform. The smart certificates can be accessed by any entity, hence the transparency. This automated system allows students and their prospective employers to access certificates and academic credentials from any geographical location without any need of a physical certificate. Sri Lanka's first ever trusted portal verified digital certificates. Why us? Why not others? Because we are the pioneers providing affordable price tags for the others in a pay-as-you-go model along with local language support to assist the clients 24/7. Wondering if this would work? We've done pilot study with a local and international entity and provided around 819 certificates via our Verify portal. Currently, we are in progress with 2 private universities and 2 virtual international conferences as digital certificate partners. In the future, we are hoping to work with more universities and institutes and become the digital certificate provider, not only in Sri Lanka, but also the region and world. I would like to introduce you to the pillars behind Verify, without whom this venture would have not been possible. I would say I'm gifted with supportive co-workers who are experts in their respective domains. Let me conclude the presentation by saying that Verify is a trusted, transparent, and secure digital portal that enables its users to receive, store, and publish digital certificates online to reduce the carbon footprint with the use of blockchain technology. Last but not least, I would like to thank Colombo Blockchain Summit and NIFRON for this wonderful opportunity, hoping to save green using technology for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Himandi Loganathan. We now have Mr. Asanga Ranasinghe, who will give us an introduction to one of the Stampede's project, which is Human Fund. Human Fund is a platform that helps rebuild our society by helping the ones in need by providing trust and transparency in the fundraising process. This will make the society a brighter place where the smallest act of kindness can move mountains.
Hello and greetings. Welcome to the Colombo Blockchain Summit 2020. I would like to congratulate the organizers for initiating this pioneering event. My name is Asanga Ranasinghe from Stampede. This video complements the introduction. In that video, I explained how Stampede envisions using inclusive societies. In this video, I want to briefly outline how Stampede intends to use blockchain in the nonprofit sector. It is interesting to note that the motivation to establish Stampede is directly related to blockchain. I was privileged to have attended a report launch at the UN City in Copenhagen in around December 2017. This report was commissioned by Danida, which is the international development arm of the government of Denmark. The report described how blockchain can transform the development and humanitarian landscape in the years to come. What does blockchain offer to the nonprofit sector? Similar to what it offers to the other industries, blockchain offers trust, speed, transparency, integrity, as well as credibility. So a host of benefits for organizations using blockchain. It is important that energy efficient blockchain solutions are adopted across industries. At the policy level, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the European Union are all taking the required steps to adopt blockchain as a transformative technology that will be used in the governance domain. The UN system is also gearing up to adopt new technologies such as blockchain. The UN Innovation Network, for example, published the Blockchain Practical Guide that evaluates the use of distributed ledger technology by the United Nations. The use cases of blockchain in the UN system are many. Agencies such as the World Food Programme, United Nations Office for Project Services, United Nations Development Programme, and the World Health Organization have all piloted projects that use blockchain. Not only the UN system, but also non-governmental, non-profit organizations also use blockchain in projects. Oxfam, for example, used blockchain-backed vouchers to deliver credit up to 1,000 people in disaster-prone locations. Closer to home, Oxfam also piloted a blockchain-based agricultural insurance policies project for smallholder farmers in Sri Lanka. Returning back to Stampede, Niftron was able to provide a blockchain solution for a pilot project. The Human Fund pilot project was designed during the lockdown in 2020 and aims to simplify fundraising. The Niftron model of offering blockchain as a service provided Stampede both the convenience and the confidence of using blockchain at an early stage. While thanking Niftron, I would like to invite everybody, especially youth, to partner with Stampede in creating inclusive societies. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the Colombo Blockchain Summit.
Thank you, Mr. Asanga Ranasinghe, for that interesting speech. And now I would like to invite Mr. Sharmilan Somasundaram to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hi everyone. Thank you to each and every one of you being here with us today. Without you, this event won't be this successful. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped us to make this event come together as a successful one. Especially the partners, sponsors, speakers, and of course, all of the audience who have joined from their homes today. I would like to thank all the speakers who have joined today from different parts of the world, regardless of the time zone, and shared their valuable knowledge and insights with us. Thank you to all the speakers who joined us today. I would like to thank all the sponsors and partners. Without them, this event won't be this much successful. As I mentioned earlier today, this is not a one-person effort to organize this event. And there's a team of community members work behind the scenes for a month or so, regardless of these hard times during the COVID period. And they are the ones, are the main pillars behind CBS 2020. And those are the people mainly made this event a successful one and made this event to happen today. Thank you each and everyone again, and hopefully would like to meet you all in person during CBS 2021. Thank you.
Our time here has come to an end, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to thank our speakers and our sponsors.
Organizer and Platinum sponsor, Niftron.
Gold sponsor, 99X.
Bronze sponsor, Tracified.
Certificate partner, Verified.
Digital Swags partner, Stampede.
Online education partner, Blue Chip Training.
And finally, thank you to everyone who tuned in for the first ever Colombo Blockchain Summit. Stay safe and wear a mask. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Tivyan and Sarah signing off.